9:30, so I'll call the meeting to order for Tuesday, June 10th. It's the standing committee of the whole. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100% with Councillor Bermansky attending virtually. Councillor Mackay, are you ready to make a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yeah, sure. That the June 10th, 2025 agenda be adopted as presented.
All right, call for the vote.
I'm yes.
That is unanimous. We have no appointments today. And 4.1 is approval of the minutes. Anyone interested in making that motion?
I will, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Philip.
Standing Committee of the Whole minutes of May 13th, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. Okay. The very first item on our agenda is 5.1, the municipal naming policy after action review. So Daniel Little,
Actually, Mayor, if I could.
you're going to introduce it? Diane? I also have Diane listed here too.
Yeah, so I'll be very quick and then I'll turn it over to Ms. McMorty for sort of set the stage. But just in terms of, I just wanted to reiterate the purpose of this. We're not seeking any decisions today. This is a discussion to inform, I think, what is prudent, which is a sort of an after action review of the first iteration of the naming policy and intended administrative direction or directive. And so what we'll be looking at today is providing a bit of some insight as to what the staff input was and then seeking council's input. We've structured it. I think it's 5 themes, right? Across 5 themes, just in order to try and focus the discussion a little bit. But at the end of the day, if there's something that hasn't been captured internal to that discussion of those themes, obviously we will take it in, and then that will be used to sort of put together the final piece of this, which if there are alterations made at the administrative directive level falls to me, and ultimately if there are changes to the policy would come before council for due debate and consideration. So I'll stop there and turn it over to Diane.
Thanks, Mr. Fletcher. Good morning, committee. Probably do a little bit of a repeat of what Bill said, but so today's first after action review discussion is being conducted because the application to remove the name granted, of course, was the first instance that the name removal and renaming process was being enacted under the new policy. So the purpose of today's discussion is to explore the process that administration followed to review, substantiate, and recommend name removal and renaming. As Mr. Fletcher mentioned, the intention is not to reopen or review the application that prompted the process to be initiated, to review or discuss council's decision to approve the name removal, nor to discuss the additional steps that are required that administration's in the process for implementing that decision. So I guess I could move my slides while I speak. Great. So today we're hoping to achieve 4 objectives throughout the discussion that includes looking at the intent of the policy from a high level to assess it against perceived outcomes, sharing notable findings of the individuals within administration who were part of the name removal and renaming process, facilitate an open conversation with council to understand if our findings are aligned with yours to inform how we may improve the process in the future, and to explore what the policy directed for the name removal and renaming process and the actual steps that administration took. So we plan to spend most of our time today in objectives 2 to 4 by facilitating a conversation about the outcomes of the process to understand the different perspectives and expectations. So as part of the after action review, we first examined the objective of the municipal naming policy and compared it to the outcomes of the process. The policy statement here is provided on the slide. So based on our review, we found that individuals involved in the name removal and renaming process agree that the process successfully upheld the policy's intended principles, reflecting modern values, including equity and inclusion. From the perspective of administration, challenges and concerns regarding the policy are related to the name removal renaming process itself, rather than concerns that the policy intent had not been upheld. And I guess our first question is there any concerns from the side of council that the policy intent was not upheld? Well, that can be okay. We can
Just to help facilitate this discussion, because I chair this and I don't know what you guys are doing. You said 5?
5 thematic
categories. Okay, I want to go through each one and then have a conversation.
Turn it over to Daniel.
I want to answer the question that Diane just asked us.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth going through it to set the context and then going sort of theme by theme.
Let's do that way.
So for the next section, we do want to spend our time going through the notable findings. If you don't mind going to the next slide. Before we dive in, we just want to align everyone on the structure of this section. So the insights that we're about to share, as have already been said, have been informed by members of administration who are directly involved in the name removal and renaming process, either as a member of a naming committee or in a support or advisory role. And we also would like to explicitly state that these findings showcase process outcomes that are believed to be true, but we do recognize that there is a subjectiveness to these findings. As also mentioned, we've structured the findings according to 5 different themes and that we're going to walk through just to help structure and focus the conversation. So the 5 themes are also in the report or as shown here, related to process confidence, public consultation, concurrent name removal and renaming, application review effort, and application impacts. And to facilitate this, we plan to go through each finding one by one, and we're going to share a level overview of what we found, including successes, challenges, or unexpected outcomes. And then we'd appreciate your feedback on what resonates, what does not resonate, and why. If you have other items related to that theme that we did not capture, and how we may improve the process in the future. Ultimately, the goal of the discussion is to aim towards resolution and a better path forward. Before we start, are there any questions? Okay, jump in. So to start with theme number 1, process confidence. Overall, the naming policy was found to be quite clear and easy to understand in terms of the process to initiate the application review. Also, the name removal criteria was deemed to be simple to validate an application against. There was a few areas of the policy and the administrative directive that are open to interpretation and how they're applied. However, there was some surprise to hear feedback that suggested a bit of a lack of a confidence in the process based on what had been documented in the policy and admin directive. And specifically, this is coming from what we heard related to concerns regarding the number of signatures or letters of support required to initiate an application review. Suggestion that the name removal, the name removal application should be handled similarly to a plebiscite. Some uncertainty surrounding the definition of substantial connection to St. Albert.
No, can I interrupt you for 2 seconds?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Whose slideshow are we seeing? Because we're participating in a Teams chat. Like it keeps popping up.
Oh, I'm gonna have to escape this and close my Teams down.
Unless you want us to.
So it's not, I don't even have Teams open. Okay, shut them off.
Jaden's got you. Diane.
Oh. I don't know how to shut them off. My Teams.
Sorry, I just,
My Teams.
might be doing something that's completely confidential that you might not want us to see. So
I'm noticing, I'm listening.
Okay, keep going. Sorry, Tanya.
Thank you. And then the last bullet that there was a bit of concern or concern suggested was regarding the different interpretation of public engagement with the process. Now, except for the last bullet point, that will show up,
There you go, yeah.
engagement with the public process. The concerns raised were a bit surprising because these were not elements of the process that were deemed to be open to interpretation. Rather, they were clearly documented in the criteria for the name removal application to be reviewed. And now if I can, I'd like to pass it back to you, council, to ask again, what resonates, what does not resonate, and what might be the path forward.
Who wants to start?
Like,
Go ahead.
you know, I think the process worked the way it was supposed to. I think one of the biggest challenges was, you know, there was a misconception in the public that the number of signatures was what was dictating whether the recommendation would come to council or not, which is not true. But I think there was that belief in the public. So that was really the only concern that I had was maybe our comms around that number of signatures was confusing for folks because I think there was that assumption that signatures equals name change, which
Yeah.
is just not true.
Okay, meet the threshold. No,
Yeah,
no.
it's like it has nothing to do with,
It's a bunch of
with that.
stuff.
yeah. So that's all I have on that.
It says suggestions to handle applications like a plebiscite. Does it actually use the word plebiscite? That's what I. Okay, it does.
Nothing in the policy, just
Nothing in the
from,
policy.
from the activities that kind of happened since.
Right, because
The most.
plebiscite is a very specific type of public engagement, which is not what this was, right?
No, correct, but it was brought up and debated, right? That's why it's there. Between plebiscite and no consultation, there's a pretty broad spectrum.
100%.
Clearly.
Okay, so it should be just very clear that this is not a plebiscite, really, essentially, because we would never want that. Shelley, you got your hand up.
I do, yes. I would disagree that with Councillor Jolly, the public did, I mean, it was put forward to us with 50 signatures, so that was a guideline. And the substantial connection wording below that was what I heard most from the public, that, you know, 50 names, 30 some living in the city and others identifying as connected to the city was not equal to substantial connection. And I think the fallout was when the application was approved, but the public, whether, you know, it wasn't advertised correctly when we developed the policy or whatever, the pushback or feedback that I got was that no one expected, like, you know, lesser than 50 signatures of people that, you know, don't all reside in St. Albert would be enough to say, yes, we're going, you know, we're doing this kind of thing. So that kind of took the public off guard. And as it's written in the policy, the 50 signatures was also decided essentially by administration, which kind of pushed the responsibility from council onto administration, which was probably another error, in my opinion.
I think what Natalie was saying was if you got the threshold, that doesn't mean the name changed. I think that, right? You were saying that that was just the initial minimum step. Then it goes through the committee for review and they have to see if it's even worthy of pushing to council. But in the end, it's not the 50 signatures. It's not 50 residents or not. It's council that makes the decision. I think that's what maybe was unclear in the whole process is the buck stops with council on this. And it could have been 5 signatures. It could have been 100 just to start the process. I think that's kind of what you were saying. You're right that it's 50 signatures for sure. And that's a threshold, but
But it doesn't even mean it gets to council, like it might.
yeah, they
not
might
even-
say, no, this.
Under the
yeah.
current policy, a verified application, right, which is 50 signatures that are either St. Albert residents or folks with a substantial connection to St. Albert. And I believe in this case, it was 42 and 15 St. Albert residents versus non-St. Albert residents, but might be 1 or 2 off from that. That compels administration, the committee, to look at the application. That's what that does. And then the application, the merits of the application are compared against the principles and the criteria in the policy. If they're perceived to violate that based on the assessment, then it would come to council for.
Okay, and I would also mention that committee, a lot of the public had a different perception of who committee is. Committee was essentially staff and, you know, administration were in the policy written as 2 separate entities, which are in all fairness, the same people. And my biggest concern is this was pushed off to staff with council doing a vote on something way too late in the process. So again, my opinion.
Could I just ask to,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. And I'm just looking at the committee. So it was community service, emergency services, indigenous. Okay. But also arts and heritage, which is kind of outside your staff. Yeah.
It is, but the committee, it's not a standing committee. It's formed when an application is received, right? So it's not something that exists outside of this process.
Sorry, Mike,
Yeah.
go ahead.
you know, I was gonna just clarify that ad hoc committee is experts within the city that would look at the impacts of those kind of things, like someone from engineering would look at it and say, hey, if it's a street, we have to understand where that street goes. If it's going to affect public operations, emergency services, how do we, when we change the name?
Yes, Council, but I guess there's 2 parts to it, right? And so there's the initial comparison or I guess assessment of the application against the criteria and the policy, right? That is done by a cross-section internal to the committee. Once council makes a determination, should they make a determination, you make a determination to change a name, then it becomes essentially an all the city effort, right? To start looking at the actual logistic and practical implications. First amongst all of those being the public safety component, right? For 911 response, those kinds of things.
The second question around plebiscite, even if it had gone to plebiscite, is a plebiscite binding? And so even if it went to plebiscite, it would fall back on council to make the ultimate decision, which is same as council making the ultimate decision under the existing policy. So, yeah.
And plebiscites give that
Learned your lesson.
ill-conceived idea that if it succeeds 50%, then it's adopted, and it's not, and that really confuses residents, so. We don't, no, sorry,
That would be council's decision, right, on whether to
no, and I would never,
accept the results of the plebiscite or.
I wouldn't even accept using the word plebiscite. There is no definition of substantial connection. Is that what you're asking? That maybe you would want to add that in?
More detail.
That's been defined in the administrative.
Oh, in the ministry, so I can't see that. I'm just looking at the policy, okay. What is the definition? It's okay.
Connection means a significant interconnection or association to the community of St. Albert. Examples include, but are not limited to, current or former residents, business owners, or Indigenous people with a traditional territory where St. Albert is incorporated.
Should we put that in the policy? Because honestly, public doesn't have access to that. Right?
It's not defined in the policy, Danielle?
No.
No.
It's not the policy, so.
Might help.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
My concerns are with the last bullet, the interpretation of public engagement, because I really struggled with the fact that, once it went through the policy process and then went to the committee, and the committee made the determination that this was a valid change. It was then that seemed to be that we were engaging the public, and we weren't allowing the public to actually have any engagement in that decision of the naming committee. And so I think that's where a lot of the concerns was, and I got it, frankly, it was my concern, because the impacted community was involved after the decision was made that the naming criteria met, or that the name met the criteria. And I realize that the final decision is still council's, but for me, I think that public engagement has to include the community even prior to a decision being made by administration to push it forward. Because I didn't have any of that input from the impacted communities, whether it's the 125 different impacted residences or the actual entire community. So for me, I don't know how that gets brought into administrative director or policy or not, but you can't have public engagement after kind of the process being put, and then it doesn't give me a total picture.
And the
So
public engagement was specifically on the new name.
yeah, no, 100%. It was on the new name versus on the decision.
And so,
Pick the name.
Councillor, I could offer.
And that's what I'm trying to.
To your point, I think that would have to be a policy driven issue. And so right now, the way the policy is designed, and actually, it's against the criteria. It is a binary decision. This violates the criteria or it doesn't. That's administrative's decision. That's what drives it. And so from that perspective, the public engagement actually does not add value, right? Because it either defines it or it doesn't. It's on the current construct that's in favor. What you're talking about, I think, is the implications of a name change on the community, right, more holistically. That's a different component. That's the subsequent component of that. And that's something that, you know, if council wanted to do, I would submit to you would have to be a policy driven.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with that's my interpretation of that too, and that's hence my challenge. I don't know how to. I mean, I don't know how to do that because I understand that the whole entire policy was brought to council, then sent back to administration to actually do that, and there might have been reasons for that. I mean, it just separated us from the actual decision and our the process. We were, again, I gotta emphasize it was still council's decision to make the name change. I just gotta figure out how do we get more public engagement earlier in that process? And then you're right, it would require a policy change and it would require probably a substantial amount of behalf of administration.
Which is fine, council, we figure it out. But, you know, I think what you're fundamentally talking about is council defining the purpose of the public engagement, right?
Yeah.
What do you want out of the public engagement is kind of what I'm hearing. If that's incorrect, please let me know. But you know, at the end of the day, from an administrative perspective,
Yeah.
you've got application criteria.
Yeah. So for me, I don't have a gate that starts the process. I don't care if it's 50 or 2,000 or 4,000. But I do have, how do we get everybody's input that might be impacted by the decision earlier in that process so that we have a whole kind of a more of a view of everything. I don't have a problem with getting the initial gate open. That's could be one person as far as I'm concerned, but it's how does that impact everybody and how do we get the public engagement?
And if I could just caution, you know, I wouldn't say that the committee, if that's the structure that goes forward, I would caution against saying the committee has to make their adjudication or their evaluation against the criteria based on including the public.
Yeah.
I don't think that's helpful. We should be able to do that separately. And then the public input you're talking about, if the purpose is to provide more information, that would be to inform council's decision on whether to rename or not.
And then Councillor Mackay, so if the committee has said this meets the criteria,
Mhm.
do you really want to allow the public to say that their interpretation of the criteria, which is a non-biased, really, it's a mix of people who really are not affected, that they're wrong?
No, mine wouldn't be to say they're wrong. Mine would just be to say, how do we engage with the communities impacted or the community as a whole?
So when you say impacted, people that live on certain streets,
Could
in
be.
the neighborhood or the entire broader
be.
city of St. Albert?
That's my challenge.
Yeah, okay.
That's the whole issue around what is public engagement and how do we inform us? I'm not saying that they're involved with the actual decision in relation to that, but I mean, how is that impacting and does that play on information that might not be available to the committee or might not be available to council? And it could, by public engagement, it could be a whole myriad. It doesn't necessarily, it could be. So I understand what I'm saying and I understand the implications of it, but to me, how do you get real public engagement in a decision like this? And I'm not saying I have an answer. I'm just saying.
And that's where I would say, I would sort of push that back a little bit and say, it's hard to construct that without knowing what the purpose of that engagement.
And I was gonna just suggest actually our next pillar is actually specifically on public.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because that was a big piece, so
Probably gonna be.
Well-
if we wanted to just finish up on just sort of maybe the kind of the top three and then we'll move more into the public engagement, like I don't know if council wants to talk about like the substantial connection piece. So that was a piece that came out as when the policy was developed a couple years ago with the consultants and with a ton of community engagement that we actually did want to develop that policy. There was a feeling that if people had a substantial connection, as it's defined in the policy, that they should be eligible to be one of those 50 signatures. So I guess what are counts, because that's a very policy-driven statement, right?
But the definition exists in the admin directive.
Right.
Natalie wants to jump in on this because it was related. Did you want to wait? Okay, I'll go to you next. And so Natalie, then Sheena, and I'm going to Sheena first, Shelley, even though you've hand up just because she hasn't had a chance. And then I'll come to you and then we can go on.
I'm just wondering, so for a normal naming process, we wouldn't do public consultation, eh? So, no. So I guess my question, and I mean, mine is gonna go to the public consultation piece, is what are we trying to get out of it? If we're not trying to get out of it whether the committee was right or wrong, then I would ask why are we doing it at all?
Yeah.
Would be my question. Because I don't know if the answer isn't to see if the committee was right or wrong, and I definitely don't want to do that.
You're up next.
Well, before that, just to reference that, if the intention is just to bring it before council, then council's just bring forward a motion and then write a backgrounder and it'd be done.
That is
Like,
one option. in
If that's the intention is that we're really, just gonna do it because we want to do it and the community input is minimal, and again, I'm actually spotting them quite a few points on that. The council can just bring forward a motion.
Mhm.
And then that's the
Available.
intention. And then this entire policy becomes no longer necessary. And then they can just own it. If they want to change it, they can own it. And then admin can say according to, this is our backgrounder, according to whatever it is. If we don't actually want to have public engagement, I think the key point in this was to actually, ensure there was community support in some capacity to have this done. My question to you, I'm looking at you, Adrian, perhaps, is, the city of Edmonton, how do they handle the renaming?
Boy, Adrian.
Policy.
He's fine.
Here, Alex, Alex, how do they handle the renaming in Edmonton?
So when they first started the program to begin with, it was very similar to the process that we have here right now. Over time, they've evolved the process to look at it, and I think I don't have the specific details in right now, but the last one with the Oliver neighborhood, I think was the last one that they did, is they had an intake process where anybody could be even one signature, could allow the naming committee to bring it forward to start the process around seeing the validity of the process. Once that went, there was a defined process of saying, okay, there's valid reasons to make the change, hence we move forward. And I don't know the specifics of those ones, but I think they did engage the community at that point in time.
Okay, so you have step one. What are the steps 2 through 10 then? Does anybody else know here what's?
There's a minimum percentage that they have to meet in order to proceed. Once they actually do the consideration work of the naming, renaming.
So you're saying that you can have a very low threshold to start it, but then it would go to the community to see if those impacted supported having the name change. Okay, which is a big step and they were doing what we were doing similarly and they've modified it to that.
Yeah, so it's been several iterations that got to that point.
Yeah, I think that we can learn from what they've gone through. And that would also address the concerns that you have, Ken, about just making sure the public actually also supports it. And if a council wanted to do something outside of that, then you make a motion, just like you would do it normally.
Can we keep going with the presentation?
Yeah, well, it's to answer all these questions.
Oh, these specific
Substantial
ones?
connection. I think the substantial connection is very vague. I agree with that. It's still, and I really think that a lot of people were quite offended that we're allowing people that don't currently live in St. Albert to make decisions for what happens in St. Albert. So taking out the residency component of it, it's created controversy. So that's what I would say there is that we really should be looking at this and saying if they don't currently live here, there should be some additional rights that come from being a resident in the process that are being overlooked when we just say substantial connection. That can be vague. The other thing about it is that when I looked at your process of like yes or no, like it's very simple. I mean, almost anyone can say that they have a reason that someone else has done. It could be a major reason or a minor reason, say that they've offended someone if they brought forward renaming policy. So I think that from what I understood the process, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fletcher, it seemed that it was like, yeah, people could be offended by what was said by, or the action was, whether it was this or somebody else, right? This was a situation. Yes, it could be offended. It'll go forward for council for a decision. It wasn't necessarily like, yes, we've researched this. This is absolutely correct. We're going into it. It was rather just, does this meet against the criteria? Going to council.
I think that's perhaps selling it a little bit short, Councillor. So there was research done, right? So just because somebody puts something in an application doesn't mean it doesn't need to be verified, right? And so there was homework done by administration that sort of holistic history of the historical look, in this case at Bishop Grandin, as it relates specifically to the role in residential schools. was deemed to violate some, not all, but some of the criteria. And as such, then we thought it was a candidate to bring forward the recommendation to consider.
I really think that we should just look to see what City of Edmonton's doing for their processes and whether or not they're going through those same levels. I think that it puts a lot of pressure on administration. Especially when it comes to just when people are not happy with the decision or recommendation, suddenly there's a lot of anger and a lot of stress for staff to try to handle that. And I'm not really sure if that's, I'd love to just see what they're doing to handle that situation with that. And actually, I think that if we had more engagement upfront as the City of Edmonton was doing, I think we'd have a different, the public would feel a lot more respected. I think that that's one of the challenges. It's not just when they say that in public engagement, it's that the public that was affected did not feel that their opinion was respected. The only thing we asked them was what other name you wanted, but not necessarily anything else in that process. And that's not a fault of necessarily what it's come up from policy and come up from the interpretation. So I'm not blaming you personally. I'm just looking at you because we're having a conversation. But I think that's the real thing, is that why did the people who wrote this, put the signatures down, have more of a say than the people who are directly impacted by those decisions? And I think that that's where that balance, like I said, from the City of Edmonton needs to come into play, because that's definitely what's caused a lot of the issues. And I understand that council is very enthusiastic about this name change. The majority of council has been. But if that was the situation, council should just brought forward that motion and said, we're not listening to the public on this. We're changing the decision, making the decision and taking the interpretation and expectation that the public would have that same level of respect as the people who put those anonymous signatures on. Just say that we're not listening to the public on this, we're making a decision, as opposed to saying we actually want the public's input on this. And then they didn't actually provide it in a substantial measure. So that's what I would say on that. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. I would mention again, the language is very much, too broad in many circumstances. Perceived outcomes, I don't know who's perceiving the outcomes, and perceiving can be dangerous because you're not expecting or digesting other sides. Substantial, some people would consider 50 or 100 substantial, others would consider 5,000 or more substantial. So we don't have a true definition of substantial. We also have in the language, a person can self-identify as having a substantial interest. So I don't know how you would ever find you can't clarify self-identification. So that's virtually impossible. We have perception of perception. So if you have we're putting the responsibility upon staff to have a perception of the perception out in the public. And staff are trained in many different avenues of a specific kind of perception. And it is true. And I mean, so a lot of it could go against the grain, and we're trained as counselors through and are elected as counselors to represent all different perceptions. And it's very difficult to be in a specific role as your career and to have to make those decisions. And I think that, that it was mentioned the stress on staff and having to do this. And I completely understand that, because they're trained in one perspective, and then they have to look at the outside perspective, outside of the box, how people do perceive things differently. And that's the hardest thing anyone can ever have to do. And we put all that on staff, and then we're at the point of just voting. And to create committees and have members of different departments focused on this, I honestly think it was done so wrong. And that was staff time, expectations, and putting the responsibility on people that shouldn't have the responsibility. At the end, council has to respect the opinions of all, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but to put that step on other people, and then we just vote is definitely wrong. So again, many flaws. We need to clarify what perception is. We need to clarify, they're just all words that we don't have. What is modern day values? But whose modern day values? We've got all these words that mean, that can be taken completely opposite from who's ever reading the policy. So a clear, tight policy process, and then let council and public decide, is my opinion. So I have to apologize to staff for this policy. I certainly do, because I wouldn't have wanted to be in their position on this one. So thank you.
Right, Dan, why don't you continue your presentation? Oh.
To the next one. It is a good segue. Overall consultation with Indigenous partners was regarded, as largely successful. There were some internal timelines that created challenges with engagement activities and maybe not engaging in some of the ways that were preferred. Some of the examples that were shared from the group involved in this process were attending council meetings, meeting with elders, and other activities. However, there was general support from Indigenous partners for the name removal. Despite the success with this level of public engagement, it is perceived, as we've discussed, that the interpretation of notification and consulted in the policy and administrative directive is one of the largest areas of contention experienced throughout this process. Administration interpreted these terms as notifying impacted community groups of the potential name change, consulting impacted groups on potential name change impacts, and notifying impacted groups of the decision-making process. This interpretation is believed to be aligned with the policy intention, which does not state a requirement to gauge public approval of the change before making a recommendation, and it is believed to be appropriate from an equity standpoint. However, we perceive that administration's interpretation of these terms did not meet some council members and some members of the public's expectations for engagement, which I think has been shared already. And again, if I can, I'll turn it back to you, council, for your reactions to this theme.
I provided my.
Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor.
we're here to review the process, and the easiest thing to do if we don't like the outcome is to attack the process.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, we had a large number of people, very vocal, make their opinions known within the community about what they believe to be true. And yet, I also heard from the other side. So the emails that I got that said, I represent 98% of the people in St. Albert, they don't. They represent one person.
Yeah.
So we had 25 come in to council. I got 23 letters, not all of which were against.
Right.
So I think the process is the process. If you don't like the outcome, that's a different story. But the process, administration has an administrative directive that allows the policy to be brought before council to make a decision based on a name. Simply the process. That's what we're here to define. If we're going to argue about the decision, that's a whole different conversation. And oh, by the way, we had that a couple of weeks ago. So I understand the substantial connection. There's some ambiguity around that. There's zero ambiguity about whether it comes to council, if it meets the criteria or not. To, our CAO's position, that's binary. It either does or it doesn't. Right? And to go out to the community and say, does it or doesn't? I'm not sure what value that brings to it. So you could actually have one person do that, sit back and say, oh, do this research, do this research. Does it meet the criteria? If it does, fine. If it doesn't, sorry. And then we carry on. But if this becomes about the decision that was made a few weeks ago, we'll be here all morning.
I think it's, and I don't want to stop all the conversation because I was waiting to the end, but you're right, Councillor Broadhead, the decision's been made and nothing's changing that. And I just wanted to make sure that council had an opportunity to just have some conversations about the process. And I think we spent a lot of money on the policy itself and debated that for 5 months, probably a year. It was a long time to debate the policy. And a lot of these questions came up about the number of people for signatures on the initial applications. Some, said 10, some said 3,000. And we gave our input to our city manager and he made the decision. So we've already had our input on a lot of this stuff. The only part that I said to Mr. Fletcher yesterday, it might have been somewhat clunky because it was the first time, right? I think if it ever was to happen again, we would probably refine things a bit better. But he and I had conversations about whether we should separate the decision on, like, bring to council just the removal of the name and then on another meeting, choose the new name. Because there's probably some confusion in the community when we went for public engagement on the new name. And they thought that they could give their opinion on the removal, which was very clear, but it wasn't understood. So I'm entirely with you, Councillor Broad, and my comments will be, I think the policy is strong. Maybe we could incorporate substantial connection as a definition in the policy, just for the public to understand that part. But I feel like the policy is quite strong and there's not much I would change. I don't think there's anything I would change.
Can I make a?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna save this for the end. You're right.
Can we? I mean.
Want
this-
to go through it all?
Yeah,
Okay.
can we go through it all and then that goes, because I respect everybody's comments, but I think right now we are dealing with the process and we are answering administration's questions, but I think maybe it might be handy.
So let's go through the whole thing, because when we start talking, we start veering.
Yeah.
And I'm personally, I'm super offended right now that criticisms of the process are being interpreted as about challenging the decision that council made. I am looking at this going forward.
Let's try to talk.
And so I
Focus on
really,
process.
that was really insulting, Councillor Broad.
Let's go through the whole thing. If you have a pen, write down what you might want to comment as these questions pop up. And then at the very end, we'll lay it on council's lap and we can talk. And then it won't be a problem if we're veering into your next slide, because that's, I think, what we're doing. Yeah, good suggestion.
The third thing that came up was concurrent name removal and renaming. So this was perceived to be somewhat problematic. For context on this finding, the municipal naming policy states that when making a recommendation for name removal, the naming committee will also recommend a new name for the municipal asset. And this became a challenge because the process, during the process, because on the name reserve list at the time, it only contained other commemorative names, which again, according to the naming policy, should only be used on rare occasions, and that's per section 14. So to overcome the obstacle, the naming committee issued the grant and renaming survey. And though this survey was intended to source potential names for the municipal assets, if the removal was approved, it's recognized that this may have given misconceptions about the decision-making process, and may have suggested that name removal was a foregone conclusion, despite communications efforts to state what the decision-making process was and that the decision had not yet been made. It may have also inadvertently politicized the naming committee. The committee's intended function is to review applications against the name removal criteria, but this engagement survey was used as a mechanism by some to indicate support or lack thereof for name removal, which almost made it a forum to debate the validity of the application, which was not the intention. The next finding is related to application review effort. So this is related to the effort required by administration to effectively enact the name removal and renaming process. In the first instance of name removal and renaming process, individuals involved felt that the level of effort required to review and validate the application was actually quite reasonable. And it led to the conclusion that placing the onus on the applicant to provide research and rationale for the name removal application is quite effective. But it's also recognized that in this instance, the Truth and Reconciliation reports and precedent for name removal may have largely contributed to the effort that was required of administration in order to substantiate this application. And when it came to public engagement activities, There was a substantial level of effort that was required by administration to engage with equity deserving groups and impacted community members. These activities were careful to pay attention to conflict and harm reduction, which is believed to have been appropriate given the high level of sensitivity and contention that was associated with this application. So overall, this finding is that administration found that there could be future capacity risks related to name removal and the renaming process.
You get right to me. Is that okay?
I'll move to the fifth theme. Thank you. Application impact. So again, it is notable that this specific name removal application is perceived to have had a large impact on the well-being of some city employees and external stakeholders. Throughout the name removal and renaming process, careful attention was paid to preventing and mitigating harm. This included providing trauma support and counseling to staff members and having security in place during all in-person consultation activities and the March 18th City Council meeting. These efforts were seen as being effective in minimizing adverse outcomes and reinforcing the city's commitment to well-being and safety of staff, residents, and stakeholders. And that is the final theme that we have to share.
That last statement makes me sad. I mean, I think the committee members' names were kept kind of confidential as well, were they not? From public and even council.
Yeah, that's no matter.
Yeah, it's internal but I just should not be that your job requires counseling over a decision. Okay, we're done on the presentation. So council, feel free to veer any direction you want. Except for maybe revisiting the actual decision. But I think we can focus on process. Sure we can. You're going first, Ken.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to reemphasize that. I mean, we're focusing on the actual process here, not, I mean, if we want to change the policy, then that's a different kind of a process. So I'm saying that because.
Have the administration process, maybe we should have been given it.
Well, but I just want to make sure that, I mean, we sat in this very room and discussed the whole process and made the decision then following up that we would basically turn it over to administration to develop the administration requirements that dealt with the actual process. So, I mean, when this is really an after action report in the sense that what were the things that of the policy of the administrative part, not the policy, but the process worked well and what didn't work well. And like you, I am somewhat saddened by the fact that it had an impact on staff as well as, those involved. So I really hope that they have their associated care that's required. But I mean, overall, I mean, I really want to emphasize if we're really going to change, if we really want to see any differences here, then we might have to go back and revisit the policy. The process actually followed the policy. And so I'm just after action report. It follows everything that should follow in an after action report. It covers those themes that you've identified as being that worked well and that needed maybe some changes. But so, I mean, I'm willing to accept the after action, that basically this is an after action report and it may lead to some policy changes, if not now, in the future renaming efforts, but because this should feed both the process and the policy. And that's just that's just a comment. So it's not a question. I just want to make sure we don't start veering into policy discussions right now. We're just receiving this as what worked and what didn't work.
Councillor Bermatsky.
Thank you. The items that I mentioned when we were designing policy that would probably fail did fail. That's what I'm seeing from this. So I would agree that policy needs to be tweaked a lot. As far as, the mention of, being upset about losing, everyone's full aware that, grand name is passed and put forward by council, but the goal of this is to do better next time. And I mean, there won't be any changes in the process unless we dig deep into that policy and dig deep into how we did this one. So it's not a matter of win or lose. It's about finding the best balance for all sides of people who are affected. And in this particular case, I don't believe we did find, a common ending, a calm ending for all sides. And to just say that, one side wins or loses is not a great success. It's about finding common ground and finding the best success. That's all I have on this. Yeah.
Question? I have a question. So you said that the consultation process it was well done for impacted community residents. So how did you define impacted community residents? Because I think that's one of the challenges.
We get to live on the street, right? One of the three? Is that it?
Yeah, I can offer, and please feel free to jump in. And so there was essentially it was a logistics session, right? And so there were mail outs to folks who lived on the streets that would have been impacted by a name change. And it was essentially a drop-in session over the course of a number of hours. I think might have been two, certainly one was Friday evening. And it was to talk through, if council makes the decision, here's what it entails, right? Here's the scope and scale of it. So it was not, do you support the name change? I think to the previous discussion or not, councillor, it was really about if it happens, this is what it looks like. Here's the impacts, that will befall you as a resident. And here's what the city will try and do to mitigate or assist.
Well, did you go back to that slide that it had it? I don't remember. Because you mentioned that you said there was two groups. It might have been the Indigenous and then the community. So were they consulted differently then?
And Indigenous partners and equity deserving groups were consulted in a different manner. Just have to look at my notes here. I believe there was letters of support and in-person presentation to the Métis local and other engagement efforts with impacted Indigenous partners. Impacted community members was a different consultation process, which is outlined on this slide here. So the notification of the potential name change, consultation to understand the impacts of the name change, and clarification of that decision-making process, that the decision had not yet been made. It was that the application had been found to be substantiated against the name removal criteria, but then still would have to go to council for a decision on name removal.
So I think if I could just put it, there are no different questions asked, right? And so we didn't ask the equity deserving groups, the Indigenous stakeholders, should it be changed or not, right? I mean, they were part and parcel of it. So they had the same sort of voice in terms of their potential. We asked for, if you've got names, please feel free to submit them, right? As we did for, frankly, everyone in St. Albert. It was the mechanism by which it was done, right? And again, it was a different construct, and specifically it states that equity deserving groups will be consulted as part of the policy.
I agree that it said it was being consulted. I was just trying to figure out how we did it. So to all groups, we just simply asked them, what do you think about a new name?
Here's what's happening, here's the process, right? And the way that's correct. And so trying to describe what people could expect by the process. That's right.
I thought that it was said that the Indigenous groups supported the name change. So then we did ask them that. We wouldn't know if they supported it if we didn't ask them that.
They had we didn't ask them, they had the opportunity to tell us, yes.
I think that that's one of the weak areas, is that one group is given the opportunity to say whether or not they support it, and then the other group wasn't even given the opportunity to say, regardless of what council decides. I don't think that we should be afraid to hear people who are impacted, what their opinion is.
I guess the definition of impacted is where I'm struggling.
If they're being consulted, then they've been decided that they've been impacted. But not everybody, we did not get any information about whether or not they supported it. So that's the challenge. And I think that's what.
So those two particular groups.
Well, there's the dimension. There's two groups that were consulted, and one was given the opportunity without to support it, and one was just given the opportunity about the name change and the impact to their lives. That is not the same consultation level, because one had more of an influence in whether it was deliberate or inadvertent. They still had they had that opinion ability to say it. And I think that when they came back and said, what's the name changes, and people started putting Brandon back in on the list, that was their attempt to try to say, you didn't actually ask us, and I was trying to indicate my level of support, which again, just shows and I think we've already discussed that that's an area that needs to be clarified going forward.
Could I have Mr. Pearson just popped up? Is that okay?
Yeah, hey, Paul.
He led the engagement, so I would just,
Oh,
I'm gonna make sure that he's got a chance to say anything that may have been missed.
Awesome. Thanks, Mr. Fletcher. And to your question, Councilor Hughes, respectfully, the same opportunity was provided to all stakeholders. It really was, this application has been received. Here's the process. This is when council is making its decision. If you'd like to let your feelings be known, share this with council. You have a number of different ways of doing this. And we provided that to everyone we talked to, not only in the letter sent to the folks who live on the affected streets and the Indigenous deserving groups, but in our general communications as well. So in the ads in the Gazette and social media and all of that. So respectfully, we were incredibly transparent and took great pains to make sure that we were sharing these key messages as clearly and as widely and as consistently as possible.
We didn't meet with the equity deserving groups and gather their support, because my impression was we had support from equity deserving groups.
One equity deserving group invited city staff out to talk about the process, and again, our presentation to that group was specifically, we've received the application. Here's the process. This is the date of the council meeting. They're the ones who make the final decision. We also have this survey up for if the name does get changed, you can provide input into what a potential new name might be. So even though we were invited out in person, we didn't share anything different with that group.
So when I look at just again the process, I think that I realize that in many ways we're trying to figure out the way through the path forward during the fall and the winter. I feel like if we would be able to give a more advanced warning to everybody who's being involved or impacted, even if you're saying we're going to keep it over for 2 weeks, if we can advertise that earlier and not just right before, I think that would be tremendously helpful as well, just so that people have that. Some people go away for 3 weeks, they come back and they're not even aware that it already passed. We heard that type of thing, right? So I think that definitely, and then also at some point, and I would say earlier in the process, we need to, not necessarily early in the process, but because I mean, there took a time for you to figure it out. So I'm trying to figure out what the timing is, just because everything kind of got squished at the end, I feel. Is we need to say, there's been a publicly, there's been this thing, these are the exact steps that will be happening. Because again, there was inferences made that this is how we can communicate it. And if we had said, this is the decision, and then this is where, if any, your public consultation will be applicable, then there's a clarity in rules. And that would help in that transparency, because I feel like a lot of people felt it wasn't transparent because they were expecting to be able to provide their opinion when all they were able to do was provide opinion about the actual new name. And so disappointment comes when expectations aren't met. And so there was a different expectation from many people about how that they would be participating. And so if we were to say, this is it, and then we're highlighting it and including this is the steps. And in month of February, we're doing this. The month of March, we're doing this. This is going to be compiled in April. And then people know upfront, this is the plan. I think it would be just a lot easier for everybody as they move forward to understand how they can participate, what their role would be, and what the outcome would be. Because I think that not knowing has created a lot of stress for everybody. So that's all I had there for the process.
I think what you just said was really good in, what did you say?
Well, you don't meet expectations, but it's disappointment.
You leads to, yeah, that's right, disappointment versus expectation. That was good. But
Sounds like
quite
my
honestly, my input to all this is, I wouldn't change a thing except for maybe communicating those expectations.
May?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Would it be helpful if we had an ongoing mechanism to accept suggestions for a name reserve list?
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is a separate matter, and in fact, yes.
It would help this process.
But she did mention it was a stumbling block for them. They
It
didn't have
was,
an
because it was the legacy list essentially that had caught up
all names.
with the new, because the renaming component is part of the naming policy, right, which is much broader and bigger. And so that work to sort of flesh out or expand that list in light of the new is something that would carrying on, is happening.
Okay, awesome. That's all I have. Thanks.
Hi, yeah.
So what I've heard in today and certainly from, the backgrounder we got, it certainly seems that there was big opportunity to improve the process by separating the name removal and then a second. So we have a very clear process around that. And then another very clear process around what the new name should be or could be if the first step is approved. And I think the way this one ran, it was those two were compressed together. I understand why, because there were no new names available on the name reserve list. But I think in future, if we were to separate those two, would make a huge, it would be much clearer to residents. The other thing I've heard is clarity around substantial connection. However, I go back to the SCOW meeting that we had when we were looking at the policy, and the debate we had around that was, well, if somebody had lived here for 50 years and then ended up in a senior's home in Edmonton, a student that grew up here for 20 years and then had to move to go to school at, U of A and was living in U of A, but they still had a substantial connection because they grew up here. All of those things were, we debated and discussed. There was good reason to have the term substantial connection, whether they were one of the original founding families and may have not had any surviving relatives in St. Albert today, but their children or grandchildren were still living here. That was would be a substantial connection. So we debated that, and I understand why we had it. If that's a point that we would want to not have in a new revised policy, and we wanted to make it very black and white as you must live here and still have 50 signatures, that would be okay too. I think that if that's a contentious issue, it could be addressed in a revised policy going forward. The other one is that there's a word in the policy that says petition that's attached to the 50 names that Mr. Cassidy actually brought that up at STAB. And the word petition has kind of a mixed meaning. I think there's a kind of a very official version of that when there's a plebiscite that's attached to, X number of numbers. But a petition is also just a general English word that we use in this policy, or petition the word petition is also used to get 20 names for parking permit policy. So we could improve the policy that by deleting or not using the word petition, and just say it's a submission, or I don't know, some other word, or at least clarify in the definitions that in the naming policy, petition doesn't mean the MGA type rules. So we could clarify that. The other one, I do agree. I think we hear a lot of comments about better engagement, and I understand why through public consultation, administration ran those meetings with residents. But I would also say I was a little bit shocked that council was not aware that of the timing of those meetings. And we could have attended, I guess, and heard directly from residents. I don't know what the rest of council would think about attending those meetings, but certainly that could be an option that was offered to say, hey, when you have those meetings, to go out and explain it to residents, as council should know what the agenda is and could go and attend and hear directly from residents. And all of those points, it's not about winning or losing in the process. It's about improving it as we go forward.
Anyone else have comments? We're all good? I think this process is never easy, and I think that's what we're struggling with. It's going to always be difficult. And policy that we spent so much time on, as we said, to debate all these things, I think is strong. First application was going to be, obviously, no matter what it was going to be very much end us up right where we are now. But renaming is something that is being done everywhere. Like we talked about, Edmonton's doing it. And I just found an article that Edmonton has renamed things its entire history. Like, we rename things. We renamed Jerome McGinley Arena. What was it? Aikenstill Arena to Jerome McGinley. And we've renamed things in the past. St. Albert Trail is now Mark Messier Trail. Like, there's always renaming happening. We have a process. We have an understanding. But when you do something that involves historical figures, there's always going to be controversy about the process and the end result. And I think that is going to have to be accepted by the council of the day. Whoever's on this council is going to have to face the decision that it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be accepted by all. But we have to make decisions sometimes that are based on what is right. And the policy really clearly defines what is right and what's wrong in the criteria. So I applaud you, Mr. Fletcher, for leading us through this right after you got the job, essentially, had to go through this process. I don't know, Councillor Killick, if we should have separated out the renaming from the new name, because I feel that we talked about this, we thought it might prolong some of the pain. And if we had removed a name and then 3 months later came back with a new name, we'd reopen the public gallery to protest about the removal again. So it was a hard decision, and I actually don't know which is right. Right? I think it goes back to what Councillor Hughes said. Clearly, your council knew. We had memos a lot about dates and stuff, but maybe the residents didn't have as much knowledge of that, and the expectations weren't as clear to the residents. So seeing that, let's move on. You can take away what you've heard.
We've got all the notes, and so just maybe just in terms of next steps very quickly, right? Now you guys can start moving forward. It's all good.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, what's next?
we will compile, essentially finalize our after action review, right? Which is essentially the sustains and improves. You know, if there are any alterations to the administrative directive made by myself, if we see a nexus towards anything in the policy, that would be an ensuing discussion with council. Or if council ultimately, in the fullness of time, decided wanted to make a change to the policy, obviously we react off a notice of action would be the easiest way. And once the after action review is done, we will share that with it.
Yep. I think Councillor Bermansky might have said it really well. It was perceived as a win or lose, this decision, and it's not a win or lose. It was a difficult decision for everyone, and those impacted were consulted with. Those that weren't impacted took it as a loss or a win, and it shouldn't be. We're trying to see this as a community coming together to try to heal for some of the pains of the past. And it's honestly, it's not the end of the world. We need to move forward in a positive way, and instead of seeing this, that we lost that battle, and keep fighting. So let's talk about a sewer line. That's a good segue. Thank you, Danielle.
Danielle, thank you.
Yeah, that was really not an easy one. Okay, we are now on to 5.2, which is the northeast servicing update. This is just for information. We have Jordan, who's going to be presenting, but is there any introductory comments?
Yeah, I'll, Urban Mr. Slatt perhaps
Okay.
has got any, but again, I think this is an update. Though it's, I think, very clearly spelled out in the AR. There's both a public and an in-camera portion to this discussion, right? And so if for whatever reason, through the public portion, we start straying into those particular issues, one
Arda will be on me.
of us will give the signal and kind of work it from there.
You should.
The vast majority should.
Yeah, I just, as Mr. Fletcher had kind of noted, I think council has been interested in this project, or I guess.
Not just council, I think the public really.
Yeah, for some time now, and so engineering has been working pretty diligently over the past number of months with the developers most directly impacted to try to understand what is in the realm of possible or not possible. And so Jordan Betteridge is here to try to kind of give council an update as to where we see things and take any questions that council may have.
Before you go, Jordan, I just want to say that city administrations from everywhere, every municipality are always seen as very low risk, right? Because it's taxpayers' dollars on the line. And I appreciate the fact that Mr. Fletcher has given direction to staff to even consider this as an option. And the report was really good that you said it does align somewhat with the Northeast servicing. So appreciate everyone taking on a little bit of discomfort when it comes to a bit of risk on this, because this is a big decision. So go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Well, good morning, Standing Committee of the Whole. My name is Jordan Betteridge. I'm the Manager of Asset Management, Land and Integrated Infrastructure Services within Engineering Services Department. As was mentioned, I'm here to present an update on the Northeast Servicing Project, primarily focused around a developer proposal that could provide some near-term sanitary capacity to enable them to continue some development. We'll walk through the proposal, our internal review process, the risks and mitigation measures that we've identified, and next steps. Ending this presentation, which was mentioned, is we have an update on the funding aspect for the ultimate Northeast Servicing Project, which we recommend is delivered in camera. So first, I'll set the stage and give a short recap how we got where we are. 5 years ago, the city and the developers recognized that the existing sanitary system was approaching full capacity. Planning ahead for the future, both the city and developers entered into a memorandum of agreement that set off in motion the entire Northeast Servicing Project. Through this time, we completed concept planning, preliminary design, and we are now nearing completion of the final detailed design of the Northeast Servicing Project. The Northeast Servicing Project is the long-term solution to provide all utility servicing needs for the Northeast growth node. At the 90% design completion project update back in the fall, administration presented an updated cost estimate for this project, now sitting at 74.1 million. So current tasks with this project include progressing the design to 100%, as well as exploring third parties on a substantive funding model to help pay for this project. The funding update will be shared with council at the end of this presentation. As of today, the existing sanitary system is now fully utilized, and no further development can be accommodated unless interim solutions are found or the ultimate Northeast Servicing Project is built. Developers are seeking interim options that could provide near-term capacity to allow for the continuation of a few more stages of development. So developers have submitted a proposal that in general terms utilizes existing storage space within the deep trunk sanitary pipes to temporarily store peak flows. So these peak flows occur during major rain events when the rainwater inflows and infiltrates into the sanitary system through manholes or through groundwater and significantly increases the flows in the system. The proposed interim solution stores this excess volume in our pipes and then gradually releases the flows downstream into the existing sanitary system. The flows are restricted by installing a sliding gate in the manhole, which is sized to only allow a certain volume of flow to pass through it. This ensures that the downstream system is not overloaded. The concept of pipe storage is not new. It's used by many jurisdictions. St. Albert currently already uses this concept along our sanitary north interceptor trunk. City of Edmonton uses it as a strategy within their sanitary trunk systems as well. This proposal also aligns with our ultimate Northeast servicing project design. We've incorporated pipe storage concept into the Northeast servicing project to accommodate the available limits downstream at the Arrow Utilities receiving point. And just to clarify on this, Arrow Utilities is not expected to size their systems to accommodate our peak flows with the inclusion of our wet weather. So that's why we had to accommodate on-site storage as well. Just want to clarify that.
No, I gotta clarify this. It's not our problem.
That's what you just said, it's not their problem.
No.
Yeah, it's not Arrow's a problem.
He just
Oh, okay.
made it, tried to make fun of it.
So yeah, this inclusion of pipe storage in our ultimate design allowed for the reduction of the size of our wet well and a direct reduction in the capital cost for the lift station. So as shown on the screen, might be hard to see, but the red lines show the extent of the trunk pipes that would be used for storage during a major rain event. The control manhole and sliding gate would be installed along Everett Drive, just north of Alista Court, at the junction where the existing 1200 millimeter trunk system connects to the existing 450 millimeter Oakmont system. So this proposal doesn't change the downstream infrastructure, but it does use our existing upstream pipes more efficiently. This infrastructure was sized to service multiple basins of growth and is currently only being used at about 10% capacity at the moment. So as part of our review process, the city assessed any impacts, including performance impacts, financial impacts, life cycle impacts, and public impacts. The mandate of engineering is to determine the appropriate solution for the issue at hand, ensuring the community can responsibly grow, but also ensuring that there's no unacceptable risks. In this case, we believe this solution has some merit. We'll quickly walk you through some of the key risks we identified with this design and the safeguards that would be implemented. So sewer backups are the primary risk with any underground sanitary collection system. This system has been designed to keep the flows safely within the pipes. Given that the gate restricts the flows, wastewater will be temporarily stored in the pipe upstream. We've assessed various risk situations, such as if the gate ever gets blocked, and we've incorporated several safety measures to mitigate these risks. So first, flow and level monitoring devices would be installed upstream and downstream, connected to the city's systems to monitor real-time conditions and be there to alert utility operations if there's any issues with high water levels. Secondly, an overflow weir would be installed. So if there was a blockage at the gate, the flows would overtop the gate and continue downstream. This provides redundancy to the system in the event of a blockage. However, before an overflow would occur, the existing capacity within the upstream pipe would need to be fully filled. The proposed concept currently only uses 36% of the available capacity, so it's leaving a significant amount of capacity as a factor of safety. Lastly, specific operational response procedures will be developed proactively and maintain and operate the system, as well as respond appropriately to any alerts. Another risk identified is odors. So hydrogen sulfide gases are created during the breakdown of organic material in the wastewater. The two primary factors impacting hydrogen sulfide generation is the concentration of the wastewater and the retention time. With this proposal, wastewater would temporarily be stored during periods of major rain events. With the addition of the rainwater into the system, this causes a dilution effect. So although we will be retaining the wastewater, it would be at a diluted concentration, significantly reducing the odor potential. Nonetheless, we've incorporated safeguards as a proactive measure. A passive airflow bypass would be installed between the two upstream manholes to ensure constant airflow is achieved to avoid gases accumulating locally. Also, H2S monitors would be installed to give the city the necessary data to identify or trend any impacts with the gases. Although not expected, but if the odors were to become problematic, we have a contingency of other options that can be utilized. Increasing the frequency of sewer flushing or utilizing other odor controlling measures can be undertaken. We also have a backstop option in the event field conditions do not match what we are expecting at all. And I'll discuss this more in a couple slides from here. Corrosion and maintenance risks from this proposal were identified as a potential impact. To minimize and prevent corrosion, the concept recommends lining of any concrete pipe. So this will ensure the lifespan of the system is not compromised. Maintenance obligations may be required due to the higher flushing than normal. It is not expected to be a significant cost. However, we are working with the developers such that they would be contributing for the additional maintenance costs. Administration would have the developers pay for the cost of maintenance for a set period of years or until the ultimate Northeast servicing project is commissioned. So last but not least, as mentioned earlier, we have a backstop measure in the event the interim system does not match our design options. This backstop measure allows us to revert the system back to the original state if needed. This requires the developers to construct their permanent lift stations within their development areas. As shown on the slide, you can see the green line work, which symbolizes the existing built sanitary infrastructure. The red line work is future infrastructure to be built, with the red lines on the far right being the Northeast servicing project. The long-term servicing plan shown here will have flows coming from both Jensen Lakes and Aaron Ridge North to be redirected to the future Northeast lift station once it is built. However, in the meantime, with this interim pipe storage option, wastewater would continue to flow south through the 450 millimeter sized Oakmont system. The risk lies that once we implement the pipe storage option, developers will start building hoses and adding flows into the system. In the event of a worst case scenario where field data is not aligned with our technical expectations, and we need to revert the system back to existing, we need to be able to handle all these additional extra flows that have been added in. So the fallback measure for this risk is if the developers also construct their permanent lift stations. These lift stations will have bigger wet wells and improved capabilities with pumping and timing that would allow them to handle those extra incremental flows added to the system. So I think here's a good point. It's a good time to point out that we have taken a very risk-adverse approach to this overall pipe storage concept. We have stacked numerous safeguards on top of each other, and pipe storage is a proven engineered method that we found could be applied in this situation. Our analysis shows that this solution is technically sound for the conditions we're facing. However, it's important to note every engineering project carries some level of risk. In this case, we have mitigated and minimized that risk through conservative design, assumptions, and requirements for these stacked levels of safeguards. We're confident that this is an appropriate approach, and we're committed to monitoring and adjusting if future data indicates otherwise. So why would we even consider this? The benefits of this proposal is that it can potentially support up to 700 medium density lot equivalent of new development. At current pace of development, we're estimating this to be about 2 to 3 years worth of growth. This interim solution would provide an opportunity for developers to maintain their momentum while we continue to make progress on the ultimate Northeast servicing project. The ultimate Northeast servicing project is going to take time to find the funding to construct and commission. This interim solution is an opportunity to provide some breathing room where we can continue finalizing plans for the Northeast servicing project without stopping all development. The next steps for this proposal will be driven by the developers. Should this concept go ahead, we have identified the need to enter into tri-party agreement to outline the roles between the city and the developers. With this option, there are no upfront costs required by the city. The developers would be required to front end the full amount, and since it is tied to a leviable project, they would be eligible for levy reimbursement afterwards. The developers would be responsible to design and construct the project with city oversight. Additionally, the developers would be responsible to reimburse the city for ongoing maintenance as well. So that concludes the presentation for the pipe storage option. I'm happy to answer any questions. And following, I just wish to remind council that we do recommend an in-camera discussion for the Northeast servicing funding update. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Why is that pipe on Everett Drive there with capacity? Seems like an extra pipe that it's just.
Got the 1200.
Just because, yeah, it's like 12 inch or 12 feet, whatever.
It's not shown on
It's on Everett, right?
Yeah, so if you can see, like, starting from the right, where the northeast servicing project is, that arrow is gonna eventually connect to Arrow Utilities, but as we're coming up, that's all the northeast servicing, and then there's that green section that's already built within that UL. And that's the existing 1,200 pipe.
From here to here?
Yeah, and then going north from there is also 1,200 pipe.
Okay.
And that's to service not only Erin Ridge North and the future Northeast ASP, services all of Jensen Lakes and also services all that bare farmland in the,
This pipe here. It's Oakmont one, I think, is that true?
Oakmont starts, Oakmont,
In use right now, it's full, but, well,
Oakmont system is full right now.
this one is not, is it being used at all, or is it just?
That
used a
little-
little bit?
That little stub end right now is just plugged, so
Okay.
it can't be used right now. So the whole system would be utilized with this option. That little stub piece would be the fallback measure to increase capacity of storage if
So
needed.
these toilets and stuff would flow somehow and connect it to here and then go down.
It would actually, I'll show this screen. So all that red line is proposed pipe that would be utilized for storage.
So this pipe is already being used currently, but just not at capacity.
Yeah, it's about it's being used at about 10% of its flow capacity right now. And is quite big. It can handle a lot of storage. It's meant for the full build out of all the area structure plans and even the growth north to the northeast as well that don't have area
I
structure.
think to your point, Mayor, it's not extraneous infrastructure. It was,
Okay, that's-
it was put in place looking forward towards growth, expansion in the overall system. Is that right, Jordan?
Yeah.
So this one is stubbed off.
Yeah.
Are you proposing opening that then?
That would be one of the contingency measures we have in place where it would be an overflow to fill that stub end
Okay,
before it overflows down into Oak.
so it's kind of right here at the corner of.
Can't see where you're pointing, Madam Mayor.
Everett
Everett and.
Ebony, not Ebony,
It's that main road going through.
It would be Ebony,
It's kind of right here. I know exactly where that is.
If I can come out, I can take around.
Maybe where everybody can see.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the idea would be to place, so right now, all these flows come here and then
Yeah.
long term, it's gonna go around.
Uh-huh.
And it currently is connected to the Oakmont system and it's going tying to the Oakmont lift station now. So this whole system is called Oakmont and it's currently at capacity. So long term, we have to divert the flows around it to the new lift station. In the meantime, the proposal would put a manhole and a sluice gate right here, limiting the flows into the Oakmont to what it can actually accommodate. It would back up primarily along the pipe here, up here, down there, and then this would be utilized as a potential overflow in case of a high flow event.
Okay.
So it'd be storing pipe within the upstream.
And then there's lift stations that are being proposed
Yeah, so
that would
right,
also use as storage.
that would be our fallback option.
And that's there will be a requirement that they build those lift stations. Which,
Yeah,
so which
right
one?
now, both Jensen and Erin Ridge, they
Okay.
do have interim lift stations, which have very limited capacity and not much storage involved with that. So there'd be a requirement for them to build their ultimate permanent lift stations. And that would provide a bigger wet well, improved timing with their pumps. And in the event we had to revert the system, those lift stations would be able to accommodate those extra.
A little bit
flows
more,
that
okay.
added in.
And how far away do you think that development and the meeting of that condition would be?
Up to
For Melcor and Landrex to build those two lift stations
Ideally, they'd be tied to the next stage of development, so.
right away. Okay. So, yeah, so I'm just worried about whatever that intersection is of Everett and, did you say it was Everett?
It looks like Ebony.
Yeah. That's where the manhole and the sluice gate go. That's where the smell's gonna be, right?
No smells.
No smells. Okay, so that's my other thing is. As much as I have a ton of respect for Arrow Utilities, those pump stations in Kingswood were supposed to have no smells, and I walk by there every day and it stinks. So,
There's a lot of reasons for that.
yeah, so I mean, they say no smell.
And we're saying no smells as well, but we also understand that there's very limited research on the matter right now, so. We're using our best engineering judgment and we have all these contingencies in place, but that's why we needed this backstop option in case, you know what? All our technical reviews and expectations, they aren't aligned with what the field conditions actually happen, allowing us to revert the system. So that is our fallback, but we're confident that we'll have the odors under control. They're not going to be worse than what they are right now. So that's why we have the fallback option in
And
case.
the odors are hydrogen sulfide,
H2S.
which is toxic. So that's, but not a concern if it's out.
Yeah,
Open air, right?
it should never reach the concentrations of being toxic, but it's a noticeable smell.
Yeah, so they can call you right away for the residents can if they smell it. Okay, just one more, 700 residential units is kind of, which is awesome. Landrix had told us 1,000, and I heard 500, so it sounds like it's a pretty good number to land on. That's residential units. How does that relate to non-residential, whether it's like institutional?
Hmm.
Code word for school, and also commercial. There's a lot of commercial that's being promised up there too. So how do those factor into the 700?
Yeah, from our engineering perspective, we've also identified on the screen here, it's 7.7 liters per second capacity that it will increase. So we can apply that to institutional, commercial, low density, residential density, like we can make those connections. We just included 700 medium density lots just as an equivalency. So we would actually be tracking the liters per second as new development comes on board.
Adrian could jump in, but we're not defining where it goes, right? And
No, that's the developer.
Developers will make the applications as to what gets built. Go ahead.
So I think then we looked at potential for the high school site on the north side, and I think it was 7.4, somewhere in there.
Liters per second? Or
It takes almost all of the capacity, so you're,
one high school does
Yes.
take up the equivalent of 700 lots?
understanding, yeah.
It's a 1650 population school.
Okay.
But they can't all flush at the same time. Like, there's only so many toilets.
That's just the math. I like, I don't know. What to tell you.
Part of it has to do with the size of development as well. So there's actual flushing of toilets and running showers and those kind of things, but it's that inflow and infiltration that we talked about. So
yeah.
it's a large site and the rainwater is going to go in and it's going to seep in through manholes, through service connections, all that. So that factors into the calculation.
Okay, I've got Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bermansky, and Councillor Jolly, and then Councillor Broadhead.
So let's assume that this all goes forward. When would be the earliest that development, because right now development's at a complete standstill, so when would it start be able to be considered again?
We're actually aiming for this year if all things line up. But we understand we're getting deep into summer already. So our next steps would be we'd have to finalize the tri-party agreement outlining all those terms. So a draft of that has been shared with developers and again, we wanted to have this opportunity to update council first, and then we'll be going back to developers and trying to finalize that if they are still interested in proceeding.
If I can just add to that, we are still operating under the known capacity that's remaining within the system. So there is development that's still occurring. It's at a moderated pace. It's not at a complete standstill, but future development phases that aren't already allocated are at a standstill. Just a little nuance there.
And so the $74 million design, what you're doing now, would that just reduce the cost of 74 million, or is it still going to be 74 million in addition to these costs? Or like, because are we incorporating it and then reducing it, or is it like this is his and then we still have to do all of that?
It likely won't have any impact on the $74 million project.
It's already part of it.
This was a long-term component of the project.
It's part of the long term, yeah.
So we had the $74 million project to bring on the initial capacity. This pipe storage and the gate, it's part of the project, but it wouldn't have been required for much later. So the developers are just proposing we do it earlier to help advance some of the stages.
Interesting to know. Okay.
So then is it part of the 74 million, or it was actually like?
It wasn't.
Oh, they're just like moving it to the front side of the back. Okay, that's interesting. And then the lift stations you said you wanted upgraded. When would those be? Are they like going to be happening immediately then? Like it's like you're saying that like if you're rebuilding those lift stations, that's
Condition of the next.
right now.
We would be having to work with the developers on a form of commitment to build them. Some of them aren't ready to be just shovels in the ground at this exact moment, like the designs haven't even been started. So we'd have to have pretty tight assurances that they would be built to allow development to proceed before the lift stations are built. But yeah, we'd have to be working with them on that, some sort of agreement as well.
So thank you.
Just a very tight contract on that. Shelley?
Thank you. Back to the odor abatement. The sewer flushing, is that the same as adding water in comparison to rain if there's not rain, or is sewer flushing cleaning it out?
Yeah, sewer flushing is like the cleaning process and is done not during the same time as a rain event. It's usually after the rain events and where debris or any sedimentation may have accumulated. Flushing it doesn't come after every single rain event. It's monitored. But yeah, it's just a machine that they put in the pipes that hydro pressures the walls of the pipe, just cleaning it out. So it's not done at the same time as rain events. So we don't include any of those flows in our calculations.
Okay, no, I was referring to if there's no rain, like would you add water to, to help with the odor process if there's no rain for a period of time?
I think our understanding with all this is that the only odor potential would come from the rain events, because that is when it would actually be retained in the system. So for the most part, during normal days, the system just operates normally. It's during these rain events when the system fills up that has that potential for that retention time to occur and odors to start to accumulate.
Okay, and how does it differ in the winter compared to summer?
That's a good question. I guess during the winter, we don't normally have that high level of inflow because obviously the precipitation is frozen. But during the spring, when everything does melt, we do get those higher inflows as well. We always have ongoing infiltration from groundwater. We have very high groundwater tables there. So there's always that level of infiltration going on into the system. But during the winter, I would say that the odds of this ever being used as a retention system is very low, just because the precipitation coming down is frozen.
Oh, okay. And my last question is, for developers, when you're on this kind of sewer system, is there extra insurance costs, or is it just known as a normal process for sewage like many municipalities are using?
Yeah, there's nothing new that developers or adjacent landowners would need for this in terms of insurance. This is a municipal engineering decision to utilize our infrastructure for the best capacity that we can to both support existing residents and new growth. So it's used elsewhere. It's not extraneous kind of decision that we've been making here. I think it follows some best practices of how we can utilize pipe storage in our system.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Good question, though, Councilor Mansky. I live in Oakmont. I'm gonna up my insurance. Just.
No.
Okay, I've got you next, and Ali, you're up next.
So just to clarify, so the 700 medium density lots, so that would kind of mean we have either a school site or 700 medium density. Is that kind of what this is saying for this particular solution?
Getting a nod.
I would say our plan was to support the growth of type development in Erin Ridge North and Jensen. So Jensen Lakes was a partner in all this, and I don't think they would be happy if all of this capacity was assigned to a school site. So I don't think that was part of the question, but I do know Erin Ridge was proposing perhaps a school can be accommodated. We don't have the data. We weren't provided the calculations to show that it could be supported. A servicing proposal was submitted, but we still have a ton of questions around whether or not a school can be supported from this interim solution. So right now, we're presuming that the available capacity would be split primarily between the two developers or potentially other developers that come forward, but not assigned strictly to one site.
Okay.
But based on that initial math, right? Again, subject, I think, to sort of concrete definition, it is almost a one or the other determination based on that.
For this solution. Okay, thank you.
But you raise a good question. So tri-party agreement. You're gonna need 3 parties, a city and 2 developers to sign on to this. Marta, will there be some assurances for one developer that they will get some of that capacity?
So it's a really good question that you
Yeah.
asked. So the way we outlined it and laid it out to them,
First come, first serve.
they have two existing subdivision applications that we said, you know what, we can.
One of the developers does, or both.
Each developer submitted one new subdivision application in support of if this gets approved. So as part of our tri-party agreement, we say those two subdivision agreements or subdivision applications would be supported by this.
Okay.
Moving forward, the city retains full authority of how we allocate it. So that's where we're going to be having ongoing meetings with developers as we progress through the tri-party to make sure that we're fully transparent of how that allocation process works. Hasn't been completely hashed out yet, but one of the things we did identify was obviously with the fire hall, moving ahead, like that fire hall would need some capacity as well. So we already laid it out there, like we would be looking if this was coming on board, that the fire hall would be used as part of this capacity as well.
So the city retains that control.
Yes, can I just touch on
Yeah.
like the mechanics of it? Like, so when subdivisions come in, what has happened, what you've seen, some of the discussion about like the kind of the, what is it, King of Kings site, I guess, East Village. When we are looking at that site, we're down to evaluating individual business uses.
Right.
Do the math to understand whether there's room in the pipe to actually make it work. So that's what I think Jordan is alluding to, like, we ultimately, the city engineer has to sign off to say that we're okay with this moving forward, and then the subdivision authority will then be able to sign off on the subdivisions. And if the engineer isn't on board, then the subdivision authority isn't on board for subdivisions. So
Like the applications come from the developers, like we don't say you, right? I mean, right?
no, it's totally driven by what they ask for. And in fact, if they come in with high density, and it's 400 units, then well, you're out of anything else, elsewhere, right? Like, so we at the end of the day are the kind of the check stop for.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that is fair in that a multifamily from one developer or a school from one developer will completely remove the other developer from any development. And if they've been signing off on this, and if they have even financially contributed to this, that's not fair. That's what I'm saying. And are we going to withhold capacity for Fire Hall 4, even though it might be 10 years? That doesn't seem fair either. Like, I want this to be fair. That's all.
Yeah, I guess a couple things, and then please jump in, Adrian. I think the way Fire Hall 4 is looking right now, unless you tell us different, it's going ahead. Right, it's coming. And so there's that, parking that piece. I don't think the city should be a referee. Right, and so at the end of the day, I don't think we're necessarily in the business of saying, you get this and this, it would be part and parcel of the agreement, but it's incumbent upon the developers to
Work together.
and work together as well. I don't think it's fair to put the city in the role as the complete, not only referee, right? Please go ahead.
Yeah, we just look at the end of the day, the number of the known capacity left, and then whoever is coming in, that's what we say, okay, it's now allocated. And unless the agreement would say something else, what
If the agreement spelled out,
so that the,
And maybe they'll request that, and I'll leave it to them, because if the city's not being the referee and
it's up to those parties.
Melcor comes with the development for like 6 homes, but it's all been used up by somebody else, who's gonna be the referees, these 6, 7 people here, right? We're gonna hear it. So some sort of, I don't want to use the word allocation committee, but some sort of fairness.
That we shouldn't be taking the onus off the parties involved.
Okay. Trust them, okay. I think you're up next.
Yeah, so worst case scenario, if that backstop is needed, how long theoretically could Aaron Ridge and Oakmont smell like poop before
Rotten eggs.
lift station was constructed and up and running? How long does that take?
Yeah, we should know almost immediately if it's gonna be a problem or not. Because as soon as we introduce that gate,
Yeah,
we're gonna start seeing these retention periods almost immediately after the next storm and that. So we
Yeah.
can start to assess, like, is this an issue or not? And that's gonna be well before any new houses are built.
okay.
So by the time
You
the
can
new
stop
house,
the houses before it becomes an issue.
the timing of when the houses come online and the lift station, I feel are gonna be quite close. There may be a period where the lift station comes a little bit later.
Like a
Those-
few months of poop smell kind of thing.
Hard to really estimate at this period. But that's still stuff that we need to work out with the developers as part of the tri-party agreement, that commitment to the lift station and what that looks like.
Yeah, similar to your comment, Mayor, is that lift stations contracted timelines question mark is in my notebook here. Because that would be really important to me. I like that we're risk averse. FIA for this kind of proposal, considering 700 medium density, is that more of an in-camera discussion? Like, was an FII done? Is that something that we're looking at?
I think that that's probably
In camera? Okay, I'll take that one then.
Okay, Wes, you're up next.
So you talk about this in pipe storage as an interim solution, 700 homes buys us 2.5 years. So even though we use this, we don't dodge the big question of the Northeast servicing ultimate solution, right? We still have to come to terms with what that looks like, right?
Pretty much, this is almost like a bridge. We buy us some time. An ultimate Northeast servicing project is the ultimate solution. So as long as these developers want to continue developing, we are heading towards that ultimate solution.
Right. So second question, the availability of sewage capacity doesn't necessarily define the land use of a particular piece of property. Is that correct?
I would say it has some connection to that. Is this in regards to like potential rezoning?
So here's my question. If we approve this and it's 700, 7.7 liters per second, that's the flow you get, right? If we define a school site, the flow is what it is. If you want to build a school, you have to come up with a servicing plan to enable that to be built if that 7.7 is already taken elsewhere. My point is that wouldn't stop us from designating a school site, would it?
Well, it might stop you from servicing a school site.
Well, for sure.
Designating is different, yeah. So like at the end of the day, that 7.7 is the ultimate number. Whatever mix they come to utilize 7.7 is what they come to.
My point is though, is that if it's only 7.7 and when we assign a school site, that doesn't mean everything else stops because we haven't got a school. You have to build a school to use the 7.7. Is that correct?
Well, I guess we have to plan the allocation of that servicing. So if the developer would come forward and say, we're going to put all of this servicing capacity for the school, then that means if they use 7.7, then there's no servicing capacity to proceed on anything else, even if they don't build, because they're allocating it elsewhere.
So we've had a school site in Oakmont for 40 years.
Sure.
Have we allocated anything for that?
No, the system has, I don't know. When you get into mature neighborhoods, things like that, like it starts to get more interesting because your populations have already peaked, but then you're getting increased infiltration, you've got more roots into the system, et cetera. So like then your math starts to get more.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a school site.
And it's in Oakmont, right on that
It's in
Oakmont.
Oakmont, yeah. So, and it was allocated 40 years ago.
And theoretically, when the designs were done, they should have identified servicing capacity for it.
So is that servicing capacity still allocated to a school that doesn't exist?
I don't know, we'd have to do the math. I tend to think that it's already been utilized because the in-pipe, what we understand of our in-pipe availability in Oakmont is already gone.
So we couldn't put a school there.
I think that's something we'll have to take back.
That's a great.
One thing I just want to mention is that the flows coming from like the Northeast through Oakmont, they follow a very specific path. And that specific path is what's full capacity right now. So if I have to go back, perhaps utilities can assist, but if that Oakmont school say is on a different path, we might be okay. So
I feel like it's on the same path. I think the pipe goes right by.
Put an IR and we'll.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not sure it would be interesting to know, but
Well, and if,
before council, we're gonna have a decision whether or not to allocate a school site. And if we have to allocate 7.4 liters per second to a school that may not be built for 10 years.
forever.
Well, I mean, ultimately, the developer chooses their path, not council. Council,
And so I think to the fundamental piece of your question, right, if you approve something that designated a school site somewhere in the northeast, right, at some point in time, in order for school to be built, that site will have to be serviced, right? And that's not just sewage, it's water, it's roads, it's all the infrastructure that's attendant. It doesn't compel us to stop everything else and service that site, right, immediately.
My question is more about timing, right? We can allocate a school site, but you can't build anything if you don't have school servicing to it, right?
But
That
even
doesn't
if you have
stop us from
servicing to it, there might not be
allocating a school
capacity,
site.
right?
Anyway, to my other question, we'll leave that, we'll wrestle out into the ground.
Can you stop?
Yeah, go for it.
There is a point in here that you mentioned that you're gonna be doing real-time flow and level monitoring, which is something we don't normally do. Is that correct?
We do have monitors throughout the system,
Okay,
but these would be very specifically and permanent monitors at these locations. So again, it provides us the triggers to know if the waters are exceeding what our design thresholds are, or if the flows stop downstream, levels are going up upstream, then we know there's some sort of blockage going on. So that would be able to alert utilities. I see Tim has his hand up and.
well, and the reason I ask is I've obviously talked to both Melcor and Landrex, and their opinion is that some of these pipes are not at capacity because we're not doing real-time measurements. We're not looking at how much flow is in that pipe. And Oakmont's a perfect example. Is it at capacity because we're reserving some of the flow rate for a future school, or is it capacity because it's truly at capacity? So if you're not doing an IR, I'm gonna do.
We've got Mr. Saunders from Public Operations, right, it's utilities, you might be. able to
Journey's
help
up.
with
No,
this.
questions. Come on, Tim. Come.
Sure, hopefully I can add a little bit of context. So there is monitoring. There isn't monitoring at all of the specific locations. So an IR would allow us to address some of that to get clarity on the monitoring that is occurring. One of the important concepts to understand with this option is once you install the sluice gate, we are going to be able to start monitoring what those pipe storage impacts are, regardless of whether the 700 homes or the 7.7 liters per second starts initially, because the actual backflow under normal wet conditions that exist now, or under peak conditions that exist now prior to 700 homes coming on, will allow us an opportunity to be able to evaluate these conditions. So that is why the tying of the lift stations is an additional preventative measure, but we're going to be able to get some monitoring very quickly in this development.
And if I could just read out a note from Ms. Peter, so obviously planning and development, the subdivision and development authority cannot approve development that does not have servicing capacity, full stop, regardless of any sort of colors or lines on a map, right? From a high level perspective, they will not approve development that's not.
Okay, but the development approval is different than the allocation of a piece of property for use. Is that correct?
well, I think allocation is, we use the term allocation when the school site allocation committee allocates the site. So like identification of a future school site by council via districting or via ASP approval is, I think, a different thing than the development approval which is different than the allocation in my.
And I think the former is what you're talking, right? That sort of ASP level.
So using incorrect terminology.
ASP zoning, that is a council decision, is separate, and I mean, there's some discussion there, but it's different than what we're saying. The subdivision development authority cannot approve something if there is no capacity, right?
Okay, fair enough. If you can go back, early in your presentation, you said that the Northeast Servicing Plan, in-ground pipe storage, you've assessed a maximum 37% capacity of the pipe and 63% is cushion? Sort of?
Yeah, so the design report that was provided to us identified the total capacity that the pipe system could potentially accommodate. And with the high flows that come with a rain event and mixed in with the peak flows of wastewater, we're only utilizing 36% of that total available capacity. So there is that cushion, like you said, or basically if we had back-to-back events, it would continue to be able to store that capacity before any sort of adverse impacts happen downstream.
And I think it's important to understand, I won't get too deep into this, because again, I have a background in civil engineering, but I'm not good at it, so. Right, but I think that the bottom line ultimately is that you need to have that reserve, right, for the worst case scenario stuff, and it's not an instantaneous, hey, the pipe's full, let's empty it. It takes time, right? And so subsequent events, right, and that's where I think from a risk, I wouldn't necessarily even say risk versus fair, right? But I think it's really trying to watch out for the city equities and all this ultimately is where Jordan and the team are coming from. And so that's kind of the sort of description of that.
So my question related to the number is that an industry standard, an engineering standard, or how is that number arrived at? And I appreciate where you're coming from, Mr. Fletcher. I just.
Like that 30%, 36%.
36. Was it 36? I wrote down 37.
That just aligns with that 700 medium density lots target that we were aiming for. Well, I shouldn't say that was the target we were aiming for. So we had basically the lateral lines, we set the threshold for not exceeding that. So if that capacity was to get exceeded, it would start to go into some of these lateral lines, which isn't the worst case. Like it's not at the end of anything, but it's just more things that we might have to clean afterwards. So we have that contingency, that redundancy in the system in case we had back-to-back events or something problematic issued. And then the only response we'd have to do is perhaps a little bit more flushing afterwards to clean it out.
I think every 1200 millimeter pipe would not have the same design characteristics. So that is a representative of this particular situation, the number of laterals that are coming in, the amount of servicing, direct servicing of residents that goes into that trunk sewer, gradient and all associated components. So it isn't a hard and fast number that is how much capacity always is maintained in a 1200 millimeter pipe. That is for this particular case of the design around it.
Just correct me for all, I just want to understand the process of using the sluice gate so that it opens up at say 10 o'clock at night and drains off until 5 in the morning when the peak flows in the residential areas start to come up in Oakmont. Is that how that works?
Not quite. It's always set at a level.
Okay.
The only benefit of a sliding gate is if we do get a blockage, you can lift the gate up, it flushes everything out, and then you can put it back where it was. So provide some maintainability and operability to the system. Versus more traditional and older methods, which just put a steel plate on there with like a hole in it. So there's nothing to customize with that. But so the sliding gate is a more advanced concept of that again lets you be able to clean it, flush it, or maintain it a lot easier.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, I've got Mike up next.
Yeah, thanks. And Jordan, just so I understand, obviously been lots of discussion with Melcor and Landrex. First question would be, is East Village and the build out of East Village contingent upon this? Because they've only got one building up and they've got, potentially 2 more with lots of units in them.
Yeah, that's a good question. That area is currently facing sanitary constraints as well. We haven't received any application from Landrex for those additional areas, but if this interim solution came forward, they would be willing to provide those development permits and perhaps tap into some of the additional capacity that we create.
But that high density could use up this 700 unit capacity fairly rapidly in
I can't, I
If
I
they
don't have-
applied for
Yeah,
it.
I don't have a direct answer to that because I don't know what the estimated uptake of capacity would be for that area. I do know the existing building had allocated capacity, and I believe two of the remaining 4 stages also, they have allocated capacity. So I think it's just 2 that we're looking at. But to be like, I could confirm that. I think they do need some capacity to finish off the entire development. I just don't know how much they need.
Okay, fair enough. So one thing we haven't talked about is cost for the Landrex and Melcor. I assume they know what this is gonna cost and they've agreed to it because they have to do it, right? So I'm okay that we don't know the number here at council but Landrex and Melcor clearly have costed it out and know that how much it's going to cost, I assume.
You got it. Yeah, they put together the whole design report. We reviewed it. They included cost estimates. They know exactly what they're getting into with different costs.
So would the amount of money that they put in, let's say it's 50-50 of the total amount, would that help guide their allocation of who gets how much capacity?
Again, I think there's more discussion to be had with allocation. In a perfect world, it's a 50-50 allocation.
Or even if it was 60-40 and.
But I don't think that's something that we can actually incorporate into the agreement. Because Mr. Fletcher said, I think we just have to come up with some principles and transparency. We don't want to put this forward and one developer come forward with all the capacity use, right off the get-go. I think we have to understand this is going to be a staged approach, how we allocate capacity out in an equitable manner. On the other hand, if a developer just sits for a number of years, we don't want that allocation going to waste either. So we've already discussed with the developers that we need to have more transparency about how this will be allocated in the future. And that is happening. There's just more of that needs to occur.
I think, sorry, Counselor, it is fair to say that, I think Landrex and Melcor in particular have been at the table right throughout all of this. So that collaboration to get to this point has been happening.
Yes. And saying that these lift stations would be built within a year, 6 months, 8 months. Is lift station equipment like pumps and all that kind of fun stuff, is that available in today's world to actually be achievable? We keep hearing about equipment shortages and supply issues. Is that really achievable?
I would hope so, but I don't think 6 months to a year is our target. I think the lift station, we're talking at least 2026 and potentially construction into 2027. But that also aligns with the whole subdivision process as well. When they subdivide a piece of land, they have to construct all the servicing there, and then builders come in and then they have to build houses before it gets occupied. So to Councillor Jolly's original point of view, there might be some difference of when things actually come online, but it won't be that great, I don't imagine.
So I heard 6 months, but now I'm hearing, what was the 6 month part? Contract. To get the contract signed and.
Yeah, that's in the pair.
Concluded?
I don't even remember where 6 months came from, but I think in terms of timeline, like we'd be working with developers after this council meeting. We've been doing it since February.
Yeah.
And if they want to proceed with this, understanding everything that we're asking for this, we proceed with that tri-party agreement, what outlines all those terms of them designing and constructing this infrastructure. And then also the requirement of a form of agreement or commitment to them also building their lift stations. So once this tri-party agreement is in place, they can move forward with their subdivision applications, but then they also have to be moving forward with the design and starting construction of the lift stations as well.
Starting construction. Okay, not finished. Okay, I mean, that's my confusion. And then also, I assume that our current and future, when you build a house, we still put in backflow protectors. So some of the concerns were about potential backflow and insurance and risk to homeowners. Backflow valves are still a standard item in new construction, right? To prevent those kind of things from happening.
That's part of building code, and it's been that way for decades now, I believe. Yeah. The one issue with backflow preventers is that they get installed, but they never get maintained. So it's always good practice to go check it out, make sure the flaps work and that sort of thing. But yeah, they're, I guess, an on-site contingency for the actual homeowners, right? So
Would those backflow valves be in all the Oakmont homes that are down flow of this? Probably,
I don't know the exact year when it became
Remember.
standard.
You have to look at
yeah,
the years. Just on those backflow valves, like obviously Jordan said, like they're standard installation now. They're not fail-safe by any means, so like it's a good thing, so I just throw that out there.
Ken, you're up next.
Some of that last conversation kind of segues into this one, and so really, going forward, what's our responsibility going forward as part of that? Are we gonna start to build that sluice gate like immediately, or are we just going to wait for this whole tri-party agreement? Because obviously it stands on three stool legs, and if one disappears, it doesn't stand. So, what's next?
We can talk through the details, but I would not
Yeah, we're not building
anything until we've got a signed agreement.
We're not building anything or changing anything
In
unless.
fact, we're not building any of it, I don't think.
We're not building it, we're oversight, so the agreement would actually specify the developers design it and construct it with city oversight, so our normal process with any developer constructed work is we have staff that review the drawings, they go to the site, they accept the work, we do inspections, so that would be the same case here, so tri-party agreement gets signed, then the developers can proceed with design and construction of the pipe storage sluice gate.
Are legal involved with that, or do we have to go external? Will we have to go external for all of that legal work in relation to a tri-party agreement that probably is gonna have to be quite detailed?
We have engaged external legal and we are also working with in-house and external together on it with the whole team on this project, yeah.
Okay.
Are we still talking camera?
We should. Yeah, let's take a break though. Yeah, you're right. It's been 2 hours.
Old man
For
bladder.
how long?
God.
Oh, if lunch is here.
37.
Okay, Shelley, we're gonna say 15 minutes unless lunch is here, then we'll take a half hour. So I'll send you a quick email when I know for sure. Sound good? Okay. 11:50 if there's no lunch. If there is lunch, then after. Shelley with us? I said I'd email her if lunch was coming and I didn't, so please. I'll email her. Oh, crap. Can I borrow your power cord?
Yes.
Yes. I'll grab it and get lunch.
Sorry, I don't.
Secrecy.
I have.
Okay, I need a motion. We're gonna go to the in-camera stuff.
I'll make that.
Okay, and then we can come back out if there's more public stuff. So motion to go in camera by Mike Killick.
Standing committee, the whole move in camera in accordance with sections 24-1-A-E-G of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
Awesome. All in favor? That is unanimous. Okay. So
Hang on.
if you're on Zoom,
Hang on.
that sound good?
Remember, I gotta be back in this room right away, so.
What? I told her once.
Yeah.
Even though it's a couple minutes early, let's start.
Mute.
Yeah.
Just
We're
mute.
judging now, Vlad, just.
We're judging. You're being judged.
I'm fine with that.
We're welcoming and giving this here.
Get it all up at the beginning.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
you want to introduce us?
No, I will turn it over unless
Buddy?
if you've got anything, I'll turn it right over to the team.
All right, go ahead, Bunny. Oh, Elizabeth's going?
Gonna introduce it, if you don't mind. Good afternoon. In 2008-ish, early work leading to the mayor's task force to end homelessness.
Is it 18, not 8? I haven't been on council that long.
18 noted the rising presence of those experiencing housing instability. Since the release of the initial report in 2020, the complexity and volume of social issues has continued to increase. The work of my colleagues, Connie Smigelski, Senior Manager, FCSS, and Vlad Rubin, Social Housing Coordinator, have undertaken to validate clear findings, review locations, operating models, and population served is compelling as they navigate the number of St. Albert youth that are currently experiencing housing instability. The role of preventive social services. We're looking to reduce lifetime costs and introducing long-term positive impact is significant. Today, Ms. Smigelski and Mr. Rubin will provide an update on the outcome of a council-directed request of administration to solicit a request for interest transitional housing operators for youth. And a potential next step for council's consideration as we look to address youth homelessness here in St. Albert. Should council have questions after the presentation, Connie and Vlad will be happy to discuss youth transitional housing and associated supports with you. But colleagues from across the organization will also be available to speak to their subject matter expertise, primarily from the planning and infrastructure group.
In June 2023, the City of St. Albert secured City Spaces Consulting and Covenant House Vancouver, which is City Space team, to undertake a youth transitional housing feasibility study. This study built on 2018 Mayor's Task Force to End Homelessness report, which identified a gap in services for youth in St. Albert. The feasibility study presented to Council in September 2024 confirmed the need, analyzed development and operational model options, and outlined specific actions for advancing youth transitional housing project. Council directed administration to proceed with a request for interest. In December 2024, administration issued the request for interest from operators or partners to advance youth transitional housing in St. Albert. 9 organizations expressed interest. 2 organizations submitted applications indicating the need for land acquisition and/or financial contributions from the city. The remaining 7 identified difficulty navigating the online procurement process. Procurement has indicated they would host a training session on public procurement if we move forward with an RFP to ensure they understand how to navigate the bidding system. The interested organizations specialize in youth-focused transitional housing and support services, particularly for individuals facing homelessness, trauma, or systemic barriers. Main characteristics of the operators include specializing in trauma-informed care, youth autonomy and identity, respect, safety, trust, and individualized support, community integration and reconciliation, especially for indigenous youth. A well-structured housing pathway for youth experiencing homelessness or housing instability often begins with youth transitional housing, supportive, staffed housing for youth who are ready to begin to address the issues that led to their housing precarity, rebuild their lives, and eventually move into housing without supports. This stage is critical for youth to build the capacity for independent living and support for their brain development. Once stability is achieved, youth can progress into below market rate rental housing, such as dedicated units as 22 St. Thomas Street, if the project moves forward, where rent is offered at rates significantly lower than the average market price. This stage offers greater independence while still maintaining affordability. Eventually, as individuals gain financial stability and life skills, they can transition into market rental housing, with examples including units at 22 St. Thomas Street and Nevada Place. This final step represents integration into the housing market, supporting long-term self-sufficiency. This tiered approach not only addresses immediate housing needs, but also fosters a sustainable path towards independence and community integration. Transitional housing is a stepping stone that supports other forms of housing. A good housing system has people moving up the housing continuum. Transitional housing is not an emergency shelter.
The consultants identified 3 potential land options. One option has been prioritized as the most suitable location for next steps. The 3 options included 13 Mission Avenue, 7D Boudreaux Road, and 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue. The 13 Mission Avenue site is a serviced parcel of land which previously contained an administrative building. The assessed value and disposition of this land present an attractive opportunity for potential investors, offering favorable conditions for future development. The 70 Boudreaux Road parcel of land is not connected to the public sewage system, water, or electricity, and would require investment in infrastructure and redistricting prior to new development. Due to the location of the site and its higher land value, it's more suitable for future development. Administration is recommending 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue as the preferred site option for youth transitional housing due to its suitable size to accommodate housing and social supports, access to transit, potential for redistricting, and noting that this is a parcel of land council was looking at disposing of. This parcel of land is located at the southwest area of the St. Albert Gardens. The site previously housed former Fire Hall 1. The land has been subdivided and sent to land titles to amend. The last step is the removal of municipal reserve designations. The subdivided parcel's limited size constrains the potential for any substantial development projects. This property is zoned as PSI, public, private, and institutional service. The consultants evaluated the 3 recommended sites, including testing the locations based on 3 scenarios and examining the option of donating land. The option of building a 16-bedroom facility scored highest. 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue can accommodate this recommendation. Council has demonstrated significant leadership on this project, starting with the Mayor's Task Force to End Homelessness. Through land donation, the city can further advance securing a youth housing project and provide often needed first-in support to motivate other funding partners. Further research completed during the feasibility study confirmed transportation and access are significant barriers to St. Albert youth being able to access services and social connections. It's important that youth housing supports are located close to transit with evening and weekend service to places youth want and need to travel, including schools, employment centers, and support services, and/or within walking distance of these locations. Co-locating or ensuring proximity of youth housing and youth services is best practice to minimize barriers to supports for youth experiencing homelessness or housing precarity. Identified on the map, you will note 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue, potential youth transitional housing within walking distance of the provincial building with services including mental health, children's services, and income support. The library, the FCSS branch of community services, outreach school, the mall to access the primary care network and further education, as well as the community village and food bank and the transit center. Supporting this recommendation aligns to a gap identified in the community social needs assessment. 259 youth and 50 young adults identified housing as one of the top 5 issues they're facing. This process of donating or selling land at a nominal rate is not without precedent in our municipality. In 2011, the city transferred ownership of 10 and 12 Nevada Place to the St. Albert Housing Society. And on December 6, 2021, Council directed administration to finalize an agreement with Homeland Housing for the sale of city-owned land at 22 St. Thomas Street. That concludes our presentation, and we are very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excuse me. All right, who has the first question? Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation today. Could you just reiterate what you just said about how many youth versus adults? I missed that number.
From the social needs assessment, it was 259 youth and 50 young adults, so under 24.
Okay, and when was that data taken?
In 2023.
2023, okay. Okay, so the questions I have is why the horse before the cart? Like why removing the municipal reserve instead of just using land that doesn't have municipal reserve on?
So I can start to answer that, and I'll look at some colleagues maybe to help me out, but we did a tour of available land in St. Albert when we hired the consultants. And as I had indicated in the presentation, proximity to services is probably the most important reason why you would choose a parcel of land. This particular piece of land was identified again as one of the top 3, would be the least expensive in terms of infrastructure because it has it there. It does need utilities reconnected. So for that reason, the cost, and it is the understanding that it's a parcel of land council's been wanting to dispose of, but more difficult to sell for a larger development because of the size.
And we can see that our colleague from planning and development has come on and may have something additional to offer to this conversation.
Yes, and so just in regards to the municipal reserve, that designation exists on the property already. We could operate a fire hall with that municipal reserve designation on it. However, because of the way the land use bylaw is and the MGA requirements, we can't do the same with potentially having a youth transitional housing. So it's really a clerical component that we would do to enable someone to come forward to develop the land for the youth transition housing.
So the MR designation is different from the districting then?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, because the current districting allows for a transitional home or supportive housing. I looked it up, it does. So we just So we don't
We
have to
just need
redo.
to remove that MR designation. That's just the last step that never got done in the last process.
Okay, why could you not leave the municipal reserve but have the other part of the land that isn't municipal reserve as something you would build on? Where the fire station was.
So the fire station land itself all has that municipal reserve designation still on it. Under the MGA, you can operate a fire hall under the MR designation because it's owned by the municipality. There are some key infrastructure components that we can still have and utilize on that. But the youth transition housing is different. You're not able to put that, operate that under the municipal reserve designation. So we need to just remove it from that property. It's just to keep in line with the requirements of what the MGA has.
Even if council at all, if this weren't coming forward and council had ultimately decided to dispose of the land, we would have to remove the municipal reserve
Is
designation.
it about who owns what's on there?
For me,
Is it about who owns what's on the land? So if it's the city owned, it can stay municipal reserve, but if it's, no,
So,
what is the definition in the MGA?
well, so maybe Christina, Ms. Peter can chime in here, but municipal reserve is it's part of our subdivision process. We're enabled to take land through the development process from developers, et cetera. And there's specific uses that are stipulated by the province with that MR designation. That's totally different than the districting. So as Mr. Fletcher had said, regardless, I think council has already indicated that there's an interest in seeing this parcel used for another use. And you're very limited by the MR designation. You can remove the MR designation through a council act, and then you can have, you open up your ability to use that site for anything really, or whatever the zoning then enables. But with the MR designation, even if there was zoning that enabled it, as Ms. Peters said, you would be kind of limited by what you could do.
Okay, and then the other question is you were going to split the land initially, so you'd be removing the municipal reserve from both parts is what I'm hearing?
So we would only remove the municipal reserve.
Connie?
Yeah.
Or Vlad's?
So the parcel.
Yeah.
So I will start answering this question and then perhaps Ms. Mitchell could also support us because she's the one that knows all the nuts and bolts about municipal reserve designation. But right now, because that whole area is designated MR, the original parent parcel is actually that park that you see in behind.
Right.
So through the subdivision process, it was resurveyed and pulled out. So now we just need to remove the MR off of the parcel that would specifically have the building on it. Ms. Mitchell, do you have some more explanation to help?
No, that is correct. We kept it on just to make it very clear to the public that the MR wouldn't come off the larger parcel. And we wanted to first create this subdivision where the old fire hall was and where the pump station is, to create those parcels. And then we wanted to come back and take off the designation of the MR from where the old fire hall was. And we will be coming to council with that request.
Okay, and then my next question is, thank you. There was 9 organizations you mentioned that were discussing this, and you have 2 that have somewhat committed, but what are they committing?
So it was a request for interest, so it wasn't a request for a proposal, and it was just to find out if there's interest in the region from somebody, some organization in operating, owning youth transitional housing in St. Albert. So of the 9, 2 indicated interest. They also indicated in their applications, although they have the expertise in the area, that land and or funding from the city would be absolutely required in order to move forward and also assist them in securing more funding. Of the 7 that I couldn't name unless we went in camera, of the 7 that didn't, some of them actually thought they did. And so again, it was difficulty with that procurement process that we would work with procurement on if we did go through with an RFP.
Okay, how come you didn't wait to fix that issue before coming forward, like to have a total out of the 9?
It was just.
But it's, Counselor, because we haven't gone out for an RFP, right? And so this was part of the, I would call it the homework, excuse me, or the evaluation that brought us to this point to say, this is a viable option worthy of bringing to council. And it's viable because we have a potential location, and it's viable because we have potential partners. If that RFI had come back with 0, we would not be here today talking to you.
I see. Okay, so it could end up more is what you're telling me. Are those people reapplying in the correct means, or?
We have not put out an RFP, and we wouldn't do so until we had approval from council from the land component of it, right? The RFP has to be based on the details.
Okay. And then this consultant group that you used, they're from Vancouver. Did they have any success stories in Vancouver, being it's, you know, it's got such a huge homeless population there?
They have quite a few operational transitional homes built in BC and in Alberta. There's quite a bit of background experience.
Okay, and is downtown the normal, you know, one of the more normal picks for such a facility, or not in most cases?
It's so dependent. It's so dependent on where your services and your supports are, because that unfortunately is almost more important, because if they can't get to the supports, the social supports they need and the services, then you would have a hard time moving them up through that continuum to get them into housing in the future. So it's not that it's about being downtown, it's wherever the supports are easiest to access for young people, because most probably aren't driving and or not even old enough to drive. And then transit is paramount as well. So you try to find locations with all of those components.
Okay, and you mentioned youth and young adults, so some that are not old enough to drive all the way up to age 24. What age group are you planning on housing in this plan?
Yeah, so when we did the feasibility study, we focused on 14 to 24 years old. And that seems to be the norm in in Alberta, also in BC, and actually all over Canada for a lot of youth transitional housing. And I can go back in time and speak as a past child welfare worker. When you're working with young people, they're 17 and they become 18. They're not ready for us to close those doors on them. You still need a stepping stone to continue to support them into their adulthood. And that's why having housing and supports to help them grow from youth to young adult, to get ready for being an adult past 24, it's paramount in their success. Absolutely paramount.
Okay, so would the 14 versus 24-year-olds be separated in different areas of a facility of this type?
I don't know, because one of the things we don't want to do in St. Albert, that it had been indicated by council, was to operate, but I can speak to other facilities that I've visited in Alberta. They do have them separated, although not necessarily by floor, because I'll use Grand Prairie as an example of a new facility that was built. They have one floor, although different rooms you would go into if you're coming in just for a night, and you would move upstairs into a self-contained suite if you were ready to, and it could be multiple ages again. So you're not in the same suite. You have your own suite or own room with a locked door, but could be on the same floor.
Okay, and how long does a person stay at this facility?
Again, from our learnings, up to 3 years is not unheard of. And it could be longer and it could be shorter. And the other thing that you're always trying to do, not only with supports and services, is reconnections to some kind of family. So it's so individualized. It would be a hard thing to say, but it's not unusual for young people to be in a facility for 3 years or more.
Or more. What's
depending on how young they come in, right?
Exactly. So there's no maximum time then?
There isn't there, and there shouldn't be.
Right.
If you're successful in helping them in that continuum for health and wellness.
But you would age out at 24.
You age out after 24, correct. And that's where that continuum of housing is so important.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Sheena?
So But the good thing I like about this location is it's not directly in the middle of a neighborhood. So it's, I think that there'd be less opposition by people who are just concerned about unintended consequences. Have we done any type of public awareness to gauge this at all at this point, or no?
We haven't, it's probably too soon to do that.
Well, assuming this move forward today, what would be the timeline then for what we're expecting to actually achieve the goal of having the doors open?
So if we base it on the feasibility study from the time of if we go ahead, we've got land, let's do the RFP up into build and being in, you could do it in a 3 to 5 year time frame, right from today to end result.
And so how many units are in Grand Prairie?
Oh my goodness, I should know the answer to that. I was just there not long ago.
As far as I remember, 28.
I was gonna say that, so that sounds about correct.
You know, initially the thought was 16. I'm just wondering if you still think the 16 is the appropriate number, or if you actually think that we should be either increasing the number to the gate, or is there provisions for expansion if you needed to do that as well? Assuming again, this was successful after we opened the doors.
So something to consider, which would be different than Grand Prairie, is Grand Prairie is isolated. And so it gets so much of the smaller community coming in, whereas we have Morinville and Spruce Grove and Strathcona County and Leduc and Edmonton. And the hope is to keep young people in their community. And wow, what a story. If we could say we only ever needed to put 16 of our people into this house at any one time because we're doing so good with all those other supports. So that's what the consultants came up with as the best number, the number to go with, and thought it would help with growth in long term.
So you think the number is still consistent?
I think so, yeah.
You said there's like 250 homeless youth right now.
No, sorry. So when we did our community social needs assessment, we spoke to hundreds of youth. We were really, really lucky.
Okay.
And of the hundreds of youth that we talked to, 259 of them indicated that housing was one of the top issues in St. Albert for not necessarily themselves, but as an issue for people they know or just know it's an issue in our community.
How many homeless youth do we think we have?
That is a really hard number to come up with.
I know.
When we did a point in time count with the consultants.
We did a point.
Well, in terms of just going out and talking to outreach and as much as we could, we got anywhere from 8 in one day and we got up to as many as 30.
Okay.
And that's of course knowing they're hidden. They're hiding in homes, they're sleeping on couches. It's an extremely difficult number to get.
Okay.
I do know that in Edmonton, over the years, we've had up to 8 to 12 in the youth emergency shelter in Edmonton.
That are St. Albert residents.
Yeah, St. Albert resident.
So the other question, okay. So the intention is to have somebody else operate it, and would the intention also be that we would be providing a grant to help them operate it? Or do we have, I know there's just a request for interest, but do we have an idea of what our financial commitment would be going forward?
Yeah, so I can only base it on the request for interest that we did so far. And the two that did submit indicated land and or money would be required to kickstart and
Not both?
not both. They didn't indicate that.
So to build the actual unit then, that's still gonna come to a future council to approve it? And do we have an idea of how much it's gonna cost?
Construction would be the responsibility of the operator.
Really?
What we are proposing is the opportunity to provide land at a nominal fee for an operator, but they would be responsible for construction and operation themselves.
Unless we decided to, much like St. Thomas, supplement.
Okay. But it would be a restricted amount, even if we were to provide it, it would not be like expecting us to basically fund the full thing.
The hope is that we would be hands off of this. You know, the city would kickstart something for them to go and then they would find the means. The other thing, and a sad statement, but the other thing about having transitional housing for those under 18 is you can get dollars through Children's Services for beds. So you have some funding options that way. That's always almost a guaranteed funding.
These would be, the intended would be to have them be self-contained units. Like, I'm not thinking they have like a bedroom, bathroom and a shared kitchen. It's like they're all individual little mini apartments. Is that the intention?
It would be so dependent on the operator and the model that they wanted to use. We, again, the hope is that the city can literally be hands off of it, and we would continue to support with the supports, the social supports, but we would be hands off of operations. It would be up to an organization to come through and take ownership of that.
With the size that we have right now, because there would still be, I'm looking at it, like there's parking on that site somewhere. I'm looking at it in the global thing, right? The satellite view. There's parking. So there we go. It just looks smaller from a distance. So we'd be looking at probably 2 stories then? Is that what you're thinking? Like how many, like we'll call it square feet, could we actually put on that? How big is the building that we removed, or what's this? How big is it?
How big was the fire hall? Do you know? No.
I'd have to.
Bigger than a youth.
Well, I don't know, like you're looking at 8 units on the floor there. It doesn't take long to fill up with some space, right? Like,
So the model in Grand Prairie, and I don't know this space, I don't know if you can dig underground. I don't know anything about that, but they had a basement. And that's actually where Kickstand was, and had all their social supports on site. And then they had a main floor, which was where it was almost emergency service. So if someone came in for the night at a late hour, they would have a bed until you could move them. And then they had a second floor with self-contained suites. And so it did have a little kitchen and a bathroom and a bed and a desk. So very tiny, but self-contained. So they had 3 levels, including a base.
how long has Grand Prairie been open?
They've been running for years and years and years, but this new facility just opened.
2021.
Thank you.
Somewhere
Yeah,
there.
very recently. Yeah.
If I may, just for a moment, Councillor Hughes, one of my colleagues just shared, the fire hall one was just over 9,000 square feet. And from the youth transitional housing feasibility study, one of the things the consultant did consider was the size of units that are on average being used in other locations successfully, the additional room required for those additional support services, gathering locations, the potential of having additional services offered out of those spaces that will attract other youth to it so that you remove the stigma associated with housing. All of those were components and elements considered for the recommendation on this land. So based on that review, we continue to operate under the assumption that it is absolutely the right size to support not only those potential for 16 beds or whatever a youth operator came to us, but additional usage that would bring other youth to that space.
Well, with 9,000 on each floor, you'd have enough room for sure. So one of the concerns of people who are living around here, because we haven't talked to them, I'm just gonna like just guess some of their concerns, but I can probably guess pretty accurately. Is, and that's why I'm asking about Grand Prairie, is they're gonna be concerned about just unintended consequences of sometimes some of the youth that are homeless may have their emotional issues or other types of crutches that they're using. And they're afraid of it spilling over in their own property. So what I'm asking is, I guess, in Grand Prairie, how have they experienced any of those types of issues, and have they found a way to mitigate any type of consequences like that? Do you know?
I do know that they've had to experience those issues, absolutely. I don't know what kind of mitigation strategies they've used, and they have left it open for us to work with them or reach out to them at any time. And even in this NIMBYism potential, they've offered to come and support us with that. So I do know that, and you are going to experience that in every community. There's always going to be NIMBYism.
Right, it's not just the NIMBYism, just like how are they gonna handle, like, just address these types of things so that it isn't an ongoing problem or this is minimized, I guess, is the thing. So Grand Prairie, I guess, would they consider it to be successful? Like, and is it close to a neighborhood, or I don't even know where they're located?
It is, yeah. It's right in the middle of a neighborhood.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like there's areas all the way around it that are housed. And an example I want to share is actually in Morinville, when the Jessica Martel Foundation was built, and the NIMBYism and the issues that they experienced, the residents did not want that there at all. No, and they had a lot of mitigation strategies they had to use in order to build that. They now have more support from that community and more donations of blankets and food, and the community has rallied around them. And you do in Aurora Place would be another really good example in St. Albert with the NIMBYism we experienced here. And now the community rallies around these places where we can house everybody. And you know what? You want to preach into the choir, but we don't want to stick our folks out into the backwoods, and the more you're going to support them and find supports for them and shelter them in a good, healthy place, the less they're going to be on the streets.
Right. No, I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah, no, I know you're not.
What I'm just trying to do is just address some of the concerns that the people who are affected, or this is the first time they're going to hear about it. So I just want to make sure that we at least put that out there so that they understand what lessons have been learned from other communities that we intended to work with the operator to make sure that are applied going forward here.
Please do.
Expand. So we've researched a few projects that are similar in nature. Common expectations are level crime increase, drugs, litter. That has never happened. Usually there is opposition for the first year, and then it declines because people start to understand and build that social capital that, okay, this facility serves our community, it solves these problems, and it extends our dollars, and that understanding helps to build the resilience.
That's good. I just thought we should at least bring it, not like elephant out of the room here, because
So
is that concern?
are you good? 'Cause
Yeah,
I had some questions about a site that was not considered and there was nobody living there yet. Combining it with Fire Hall 4. We've talked about some sort of housing because it's been done in other areas. And I add some level of safety having the fire hall down there, and that would, it's currently, but development's heading there. You would avoid a lot of what Sheena was just worried about. You would save the money on the land. And we could probably sell this piece of land as support that not-for-profit that's right. Like there's opportunities there. So did you guys discuss that?
It was a site that we looked at on our tour, and it wasn't one of the sites that the consultant recommended at the time.
I will note that we did have preliminary discussions around the inclusion of some type of housing associated with Fire Hall 4. And perhaps Mr. Slot would like to add something else?
Yeah, so we did look at that. We looked at it with new Fire Hall 1, we looked at it with Fire Hall 4, and I think the feedback that we got was that site constraints were such, and the demands for the facility were such that it was felt that it would be a complicating factor that would use up more space than Fire wanted to give up for the site in order to make that site function. So it was, again, I guess when we looked at it, it was just deemed to not be a highly viable use at the time.
Surprised me, like the demand for housing in general is high. Okay. Anything else for you, Councillor Hughes?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Mike?
Yes, thank you. So just so I'm clear, maybe the picture of pink lines on it for the land that we're talking about. When we a couple of years ago had the first look at that land for resale, the side where the pump station is, it was there was a line that kind of divided the back half of the pump station as separate, kind of where the parking lot part. So are we talking about redistricting for this youth transitional home, the full outline of the pink, or what we had gone to market with that had the land subdivided, that little rectangular piece, not the square piece. It was subdivided kind of where that parking lot line is, and the pump station was kept as city property. What are we, because it doesn't compare and line up to all of the information that we had when we were talking about putting the old fire hall up for sale 2 years ago in mid-2022.
I can maybe start, so. And maybe Councillor Killick, you'll have to guide me a little bit on this one. So the land is subdivided. So this parcel was created, this parcel was created. So this is the sale piece, this piece we need for access here.
So that we're only talking about the actual,
Just this.
that fire hall piece. Okay.
And there was challenges, I guess, trying to, with the site because of the slope here and trees and stuff. So we tried to limit this development pocket to not impact the trees or slope.
In the original 2022 for sale assessment, it had kind of the square plus the parking lot at the front identified as.
The city needs this access for the utilities purposes.
And in our backgrounder, it says the assessed value was 541,000. And again, back in 2021, when it was, identified as being for sale, it was valued at 1.5 million. So what's changed?
What you asked for.
Between assessed value and
Appraised.
appraised.
Different things.
So help me understand the difference.
Well, the appraised value is still somewhere in that ballpark. The assessed value right now is just the land.
Okay.
There's nothing on it, right? There's no
Right.
improvement. But
So when we give it to a operator, what value would we say we are contributing?
I think we use the appraisal value.
So it's
1.5.
Is that one and a, yeah, somewhere between 1.4 and 1.7, 1.5, call it.
Yeah, so it makes a big difference to our contribution as to, but that's what I'm at.
That's how
I'm asking. And
I'm pretty sure that's what we did with 22 St. Thomas. It's based on that appraisal.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't list it in the background, or it gave the lower number, and I want to be more positive and say we're contributing more. So it just, I just wanted clarity on that, because it's a better news story when we say 1.4 to 1.7.
So by 1.3 million, is that the note you just sent? 1.3, council.
1.3, well, I mean, right there is a much better story than saying it's.
A little bit.
Yeah. 500,000. Yeah, that's good. Thanks for the clarification.
Councillor Romansky.
Thank you. I have 4 more questions, so please be patient. Under the fire hall, I know they were doing some reclamation of specific stuff around there. Is it in fact that you can do a basement on that piece of land, or what's under there?
Use basement more.
Did you say that again?
Can you do a basement? Can you develop a basement on that piece of land? I thought there was something under the land there that you couldn't, that was mentioned prior.
With all the oil and gas potential leakage.
I don't know. That would just be part of the site planning. You'd have to look at the geotechnical and look at the servicing. Lenore, do you know?
Because the basement is part of your plan, correct?
Yeah, so there was concern that there were contaminants on the site, and they did an environmental site assessment, and it was mostly just surface level, so there's no other issues. I mean, your other geotech you would do to see what kind of load in that you can put on the building, and that piece hasn't been done.
Okay.
But Councillor, to your point, there is no plan yet, right, in terms of a basement or how many stories. I think that would come part and parcel with the RFP. As the various agencies defined what their footprint and their operating model would look.
Okay. And secondly, would St. Albert residents have first right?
Right, first right for
use of the facility.
Or are we going
to use the
use the
facility?
facility, or would we
Okay.
have, youth coming in from Edmonton first, from the get-go kind of thing, or wherever?
So, I can speak to how they're doing that in Morinville, because that, when they opened up the Jessica Martel Foundation, the same thing as it was for St. Albert and Sturgeon, and so they try their very best to do first right to those in those 2 communities. So it would be the hope and the intent. I also know that Jessica Martell doesn't turn anybody away if they can ever not do that. And so would find hopefully another bed or space to put people in the region. So the hope is that St. Albert residents would be first. Always,
Okay.
yeah.
And do they pay taxes or is this nonprofit in their operations?
I don't know the answer to that if you're not for profit.
Yeah, I think maybe we could ask Benno, but the recent Alberta legislation actually exempts certain housing providers from taxes, right, with approval. So I think that could be afforded to this.
Okay, so if we could find out about that, I'll send a request, I guess. And just to confirm, you've got all these purple lines everywhere and a lot of them are over top of trees. So in the design, you're not removing any of these trees, correct?
There is no design yet, really.
No, there's no
Well-
design, but I don't believe any of the property where the trees is part of the land sale. It would only be that parcel of land where there's no trees.
Yeah, so when the subdivision was created, we intentionally tried to avoid creating a building pocket that impacted the number of trees that are surrounding the site.
Right.
So there's a concrete, if you go out there right now, there's a concrete kind of pony wall that's on the site. And that's basically ballpark where the property line is.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, good. I see, not a lot of questions, but we do have a motion, right?
Go on camera though, do we want to do?
Does anyone want to go on camera? You guys see a need to?
Just to make that available to you if you wanted to.
Oh, there is. Quick, where is it? Use transition.
I can move it.
Gladly, you were on the Paris task force. Go ahead.
That administration bring forward a bylaw for council's consideration to remove the municipal reserve designation for 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue in order to enable the land to be donated or sold for a nominal fee to facilitate the development and operation of youth transitional housing in St. Albert.
Just real quick, you don't want to bring 18 as well? Because that's the other one right beside it, right?
We need access to that.
Do that once, but okay, go.
I mean, I think a lot of good discussion, a lot of what ifs or like unintended consequences questions. But I mean, really what we're asking right now is just to change the designation so that we can actually start to explore the opportunities that the task force came up with going back to 2018 and then what the consultant has kind of looked at in the area with the RFI. So a lot of blue skying, a lot of what ifs, but I mean, this is the big first step because we've identified that this is a significant need in our community. And but I mean, at the same time, we may find that this might not be suitable for an operator, but this is the first step that we need to go forward. But I think that this is going to meet a need if this actually does come to fruition, and I'm actually quite excited about it. We actually continue to move it forward one step at a time. You missed it. You want me to go over again for you? 2018. Anyways.
Anyone else on debate?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, my only real concern at this moment is just the fact that the public's unaware of this intention, and it is a large, it could have like just a perceived large impact, even though it's not directly facing a neighborhood, it could have that. I'm hoping that as this moves forward, that there's a lot of communication with the neighborhood to just alleviate their concerns and their fears. Generally, not knowing creates more fears and just they'll fill the gaps in themselves. So I'm seeing you nodding. So that makes me feel like as this moves forward, that the communication will be more open with both whoever it, and I mean, we are many steps away from actually having a fruition. We still have to do the RFP. We still have to see that
This is a public hearing,
yeah, but
right?
like,
Yeah, so there's a public hearing.
yeah, but I mean, we're many steps away from having it even be close to a reality. This isn't necessary just to sell the property, period. So I can see the need for it, but as this moves forward, I feel like the communication just needs to really be open so that we can handle, and the public can, that are around it also can understand exactly what we're trying to achieve and exactly how we're trying to handle any consequences that they may not want to face. So, so I'll be supporting it because it's actually necessary to dispose of the land, period. And that I can see why it was not brought forward to everything. Mike may or may not live for the vote. And it's just because we had 3 properties that we were considering and we did not have council direction as to which property to really move forward with. And so at that point, it's just too many questions and causes a lot of stress for residents. So I can see that, but I do think that after this, we need to just start the communication process early and be very open. What I would suggest.
Shelley?
Yeah, I would echo Councillor Hughes' concerns, and especially since this is Grandin neighborhood that we're dealing with again. And I mean, we just finished discussing renaming in that neighborhood, and we want to get it right on keeping people fully informed on whatever's going on in their neighborhood. So if that could be the way we go going forward, it would all be great. That's it. Thanks.
Anyone else?
I close, yeah, I mean, everybody, I believe everybody's aware of my background. And one of the major areas that I worked in is around youth and youth in need. And I've had years of experience working with group homes and group home agencies in Edmonton and later all across the province. And certainly a lot of the concerns that have been raised by councillors are real, but a lot of them are mitigated quite successfully and really become one-offs rather than the norm. And so I'm very confident that with the right consultation and the right service provider and these concerns would be mitigated. Are we going to be able to convince everybody right away? No, it's impossible. But at the same time, my history shows that there's really great outcomes with these agencies, and they actually become very strong neighbors in the community, and they build community. So again, I'm excited about it because as Vlad's mentioned, we're helping our own residents and we're helping the next generation move forward so that they have an opportunity to actually maybe buy a house in that neighborhood later. And they can contribute. So I understand the concerns, but at the same time, I've worked in that field for many, many years. And I've seen them all work very successfully.
All right, call for the vote. We heard you on the phone.
I wanted on record
I
that
think-
Councillor Killick stole a nib and nearly died. Gave me the poison.
Are you ready to do votes of electors policy? Would you like to introduce it?
No, thank you, Mayor. We just need 30 seconds to do a quick change over. Well, here.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, everything else is good. Can I have your proxy for Council Killick's? For the entertainment district?
Yeah.
It's
like just-
I know. And then you had the superintendent from school smacking in the back.
Yeah. Research shows that if you intervene.
What a nice surprise.
Except for Wayne.
Different.
Backgrounder.
I'm usually back in the corner, yeah.
No, but I didn't, sorry.
Okay, I want to get this done like the next 3 minutes, so let's get going.
Yeah, sorry, we need to kick Connie off.
She was walking.
With your computer on her. Not good about removing.
Looks like a shot of my lungs.
Turn off
The scope going
Turn it
down.
off before she does something.
Pictures your lung.
Good. Okay, so we have votes of electors policy. Before you guys start, I'll just mention that Thursday at 1, you guys want to show up in council chambers. Oh, when you notice that Natalie's left, you guys noted that? Okay. You can go and see their new process for how they're going to count the votes. I saw a little bit of it yesterday. It really highlights how difficult this decision by the province to not use the tabulators is. This is not just an easy, we're gonna hand count. And the work that Marta and her team have been doing to figure out how to count and talking with other municipalities, not just in Alberta, but what did you say? Somebody went to Britain? So,
St. Albert.
no. You did a point. You guys went to Calgary. But honestly, I think it's important to know that this is just so hard. And the difference is if you have a ward system or not, or if you just like, so it's just crazy. So Thursday at 1, just a plug for you guys and all the work you're doing.
Can I just say, Mayor, thank you. Extend it open to council for sure. It's not open to members of the public.
Oh, good to know. Yeah, thank you. Good. Sorry, Tristan. Okay, I don't know if there's anything really, well, kind of, go.
So I'll start the presentation here. So I'm Marta Cavill. I'm the Director of the Legal, Legislative and Records Department and the Returning Officer for the 2025 municipal election. And I do have the election team here. I have Janice Bullrath and Grace Magyar. So Grace is sharing the presentation. So I'm here to talk about two things. Primarily to talk about the vote of electors policy, which is a council policy that was initially put in place in 2017. I just have a couple slides on that. And then I have a quick little update about the status of the election planning. So a lot of the kind of little chatter we were having right before I started is actually quite relevant. It's just to provide an update to council and to the public about all of the election planning that's going on. So we'll get started. We do have the votes of electors policy. So it was put in place in 2017. And if council recalls, at the end of 2024, because of Bill 20, administration recommended and council approved a new municipal elections bylaw. And that municipal elections bylaw deals with everything that this vote of electors policy deals with. So primarily, the policy deals with appointment of the chief legislative officer as the returning officer, which the bylaw also does. It gives the returning officer the ability to create voting subdivisions, which the municipal elections bylaw does. It talks about doing institutional votes and mail-in ballots and advance votes, which the municipal elections bylaw also does. So really, from an administrative perspective, we believe that this policy is now redundant and there's no need to have both the bylaw and the policy in place. That would actually leave room for error in the future if you amend one and not the other. So we are recommending that Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council that this policy be repealed as there's no longer a need for it. That brings me to the end of my notes about the policy. So if anybody has any questions about the policy itself, now would be a good time to ask those. If not, we'll just jump into the actual election update. So this is going to be very quick. I'm going to breeze through. Do ask as you go. I'm kind of the figurehead, but Janice and Grace are really the boots on the ground. They know all of the details about anything you want to know. So now's your chance to ask any of those kinds of questions. So I think everybody here knows when the municipal election is, but we're going to also do an advance vote before actual election day. So election day will be October 20th, but we're going to do an advance vote the week prior. So the Tuesday to Saturday, I believe the Monday before is a holiday, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to do Tuesday to Saturday. We have not done Saturday advance votes in the recent past. So we're hoping that this will increase voter turnout. And we've extended the hours to 8 p.m. as well on advance vote days. And then jumping around, Grace. So advance vote days are there. Election day is October 20th. Voting stations are going to be open 8 to 8 on the election day. That's very standard, governed by the Local Government Election Act. On to the next slide. We do know that the Bill 20 expanded the use of special ballots. This is probably a really good thing. So this is the timelines for special ballots. So special ballots are basically your mail-in ballots. So from a logistical perspective, someone would make a request to our election team to receive a special ballot. Once we know who is all going to be on the ballot, which we do not know until September 23rd officially. Once we know who's all on the ballot, we print the ballots really quickly, and then we can start sending out the special ballots on September 29th. They have to be mailed in back to us by 7 p.m. on October 20th, on election day. We have to have received them by 7 p.m. on election day, and then we will count them. So that is something we are implementing, very usual, but if there is an increase in people requesting special ballots, that means we will be counting more of those at our counting center instead of at the voting stations. Next slide. We will also be doing our institutional votes from October 14th to 17th. Very usual. We have always done this. So we will go out to facilities that request our presence to enable the folks who live at those facilities or are staying there to be able to vote on site. In terms of where to vote, we've done a lot of talking on the election team level about where to vote. Due to the changes in Bill 20, we are now required as a city, and all municipalities in Alberta are required to implement a permanent electors register. This is not something that folks are used to at the municipal election level, but they are very used to it at the federal and provincial election level. So essentially, it's a list of electors who are able to vote in the local authority. We will be maintaining our list using a software, but this enables us to allow people to vote anywhere that's convenient to them, because when they go to vote at any voting station, they will provide their ID and then we will strike them off the list. It's a live strike off, so we know that they won't be able to vote again, which is great. So this time around, very new to St. Albert, not the first municipality in Alberta to do this, but new to us, is vote anywhere. So if we show the locations for the votes, for advanced voting stations, we've got the 4 voting stations secured. So Grace and Janice, it's a little. No, go back. I'm trying. Other way. Keep going. Apologies.
One more.
Okay, there you go. So there's our hours for the dates and the times, and more importantly, the locations are kind of spread out throughout the city. Last time we had 4 or 5 advanced voting locations. This time we have 4. Okay, next slide. And then on election day, we have 5 voting stations secured. Previous election, we had 8, but everybody had to go to their voting station that was mandated by their voting subdivision. Now we have 1 voting subdivision and anyone can vote at any of these 5 locations. When we were selecting the locations, we were mindful of a few things. We are now required to keep, sorry.
I was just wondering.
But I remember you used to ask a lot.
Yeah, anytime. We are required to count ballots on site at the close of votes at these voting stations, which means we have to man them with staff afterwards. So we are trying to balance how many people we need for the actual voting and for how many we need for the actual counting. We also cannot use schools this time around because we don't believe we will be done counting on Monday night, and the schools require their gyms back on Tuesday. So we're prohibited from essentially using schools. So there's that component. There's also the component of trying to pick a spot everywhere in the city. We do also know that our other at-large municipalities who are doing a similar thing, Airdrie has 3 voting stations they're going with. They have a population of 91,000. Red Deer is a population of about 100,000. They're going with 8, I believe. So we're going with 5, which are located here. Sorry, go ahead, Councilor Barhead, if you have a question.
Just the whole issue around computer use versus voting. Are we going to run afoul if I go to vote and all of a sudden I've been told I've already voted?
We have a very secure system that keeps and Janice, you can speak to it. It's a very secure system. We're outfitting each voting station with multiple Wi-Fi routers for our own secure Wi-Fi, but we also have a backup list that we'll be able to access at the voting stations if something goes down. If we had a situation, if someone said, I didn't vote yet, they will be required, there's a form, they will be required to swear that they did not vote yet and will have to be witnessed, and then they'll be allowed to vote and we will keep their paperwork saying that they attested or they swore that although they were struck off the list. I mean, it could happen if someone says I requested a special mail-in ballot and it says you submitted it and you came to vote, they would be allowed to vote, but they would have to swear and sign that they swear that they didn't.
You're preaching the converted here. I was wondering about people calling the whole process into question because it's computer based.
The system is not computer-based at all. When people come to vote, and we'll get to it later, that's just the register. That's just the register of people who are on the list to vote. If someone's not on the register, we will add them to the register and then they can vote. So the list of keeping the people on the computer is separate from the actual vote. The vote is a paper ballot that will be put in a box and then counted manually afterwards. So the actual vote itself is not linked to any computers. It actually never has been. Even with automated voting tabulators, they were not linked to computers or the internet either. They were just like a big calculator machine that did all the counting as you went. Now you can't do it that way. It's not so computer linked in terms of the votes.
If you go to voting station 1 at the Alliance Church.
Yeah.
And I say, I've got the hair and to vote. I can, because I can vote anywhere. And then how do they stop me from racing over to the Red Willow Place and voting again?
Because when you go to vote at your voting station, you will be checked off the list that you voted.
A paper list or a digital list?
On the software.
A computer
If
spread.
you ran to another voting station and you showed up, they'd say, actually, Mayor Herron.
And then you
said
say,
were
no, that
voting,
wasn't
right?"
me. I swear it wasn't me. So if you go to the third try, now you got 2 swears and you can just say.
Yeah, and I mean, did you have anything to add?
That's exactly it. It's a live strike off that happens right there. So it's similar to like the federal register. It's just theirs is paper, but theirs came from a software before it was printed. Ours is just.
I remember them crossing my name off.
Yeah, it was crossed off, right? So we're crossing it off. It's just on a software system. And they can manage that at a federal level because they're in polling stations. So they don't have another list that's the duplicate somewhere else.
You only have one.
So we have to have a
Right.
live software, exactly.
Very interesting.
Don't confuse this, an argument with good common sense like that. I'm just saying.
So I should have started this at the outset that we are really, all of the decisions we're making, and there's a lot of decisions to be made on the ground about running an election. But the primary focus is to make sure that the integrity of the process is maintained. And we're trying, part of the reason why we want to come here is to get all of the information out. It's very important that people have trust in the process and in the results. So everything we're doing is to make sure that everyone who deserves to vote and has a right to vote is able to vote, but also that no one's allowed to vote more than once, and also to make sure that the count is as accurate as possible. Yeah, that's really why we're here.
That's why you gotta go on Thursday to see it. It's very interesting.
Wow, I might just have to do that.
Can I ask a question about a possible mail strike? What happens? I mean, we're already, turning down arbitration, potentially it could drag over the summer. What happens in mail in?
Ballots?
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had our meeting yet to discuss that yet. That's actually coming up next week, but we will have a plan in place as a backup for that. I mean, if there's a mail strike and we can't use the mail, we're gonna have to do some kind of pickup drop off or something else.
You have to drop it off in front of one of the stations.
Exactly.
It's hard if you live in Phoenix, so.
Well, if you live in Phoenix, you shouldn't be voting anyway.
Well, sorry.
The other option is we'll have to plan for maybe a courier system or something.
Wow, it's expensive. Okay.
Grace, did you have something to add there?
Just with the special ballots, yeah, there would be 2 options for them to either pick up the package or it to be mailed. Where they can mail it back, but we do have stipulated that if it is after 7 p.m. on election day, it's not going to be counted. So the suggestion is to probably hand deliver it on election day to make sure that it gets there, especially if it's a.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're out of the country, mailing or out of the province and mailing it back or something, that's hard. It just.
That's the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I think as noted, the team will talk about it and come up with some mitigation options. There's probably no elegant solution to a postal strike, right? So we'll mitigate as best we can and make sure we communicate that accordingly.
I'll run out and pick them up.
So you were saying that if wherever it is, they can not leave that area until the ballots can't leave until they've all been counted? Is that what you were saying? Ballots can't. So they're there for like 3 days?
Correct. So we will have security for when the workers go to sleep, like the counters when they go to sleep. So
Are they staying on site or can they go home?
counters?
Okay.
And ballots stay on site.
Yeah.
You're talking like 6 a.m. till your log shifts for
Yeah, I think it is. gonna
Monday
be 6
night.
a.m. or 7
Yeah,
a.m.
we're still trying to figure out our shift. So after our mock count, when we can figure out how long a person can actually count,
It would be
because we have to figure that out, right? So like 4 hours is kind of the number that's being thrown out there. But also every person that's opening a box and counting, we can't leave a box open, half finished. So if it's 4 hours and you still have half your box, they gotta finish. So we're gonna have to figure out a shifting system and when we call it for when we're done for the night, and then when we start back up the next day, and then we'll have to shift all of our workers. So that the counting doesn't stop, but the shifts keep going.
We're doing it during like daytime. We're not doing 24 hours or do like something and then end at 8 or whatever time it is.
So essentially on election day, we're allowed to start at 8 p.m. At the voting stations. The special mail-in ballots and the advanced votes and the institutional votes will be at the counting center. That can be started at 7:30, so about half an hour head start. But at the voting stations at 8 p.m., we shut down after everyone has voted at the voting station. So if there's still a long line, say it takes till 8:30, we start counting when the doors are closed. And we will run the first shift. We'll figure out if it's 4 or 5 hours-ish till 11, 12, and then take a break, rest break, go to sleep. And then bring in the next shift, 6 or 7 a.m. the next day, and then run the shifts the next day. And until we still have to figure out the time. Part of this is that Janice and I are kind of have to be on the ground and we just have to sleep. So even though we could roll the workers through the night, that's probably not good in terms of focus and accuracy. So it's all balancing that. And really, to Frank, I am more focused on accuracy than timing.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
So, we're all kind of making everything, the effort is to be as accurate as possible.
I would suggest like don't try 6, try for 7 or 8, just because you want people to actually agree to the job. So, if you're like, come in at 6, they're like, and I'm not. So, just to make it worthwhile, because it is a bit tedious. And so, you want to make sure that they're.
And if you're, sorry, Counselor, if you're going to address this, please tell me to be quiet, but I've had folks ask, well, how come you're thinking it might be 2 or 3 days? The feds do it in one night, right? The feds are voting for one person, right? Out of a list of 3, 4, maybe. Here you're voting for school trustees and council members and mayor, plus any questions that may be on the ballot, right? Put in by the province. And so you could have conceivably a list of 12 to 20 councillors, you're picking 6. That's a much more complicated process. And so that's the reason why this will take longer, and the mitigating the fatigue, ensuring that the system is airtight for an accurate count is so important. And that's why, the team's done some great, I think, getting us to this stage.
We are quite different too. Like you'll see that the at-large municipalities are all kind of on the same wavelength for time and what they're doing. With the exception of some smaller ones, because they don't have to count as many ballots. And then you've got your big cities, City of Edmonton, City of Calgary, and your ward systems. They're going to be done sooner because they have one, they can sort it differently. We can't sort a councillor ballot the way that they can.
I'm assuming, but that because it's going to be a 3-day plus wait, that when you have the results, you'll just like email all the candidates and put it up on the main website. Hey, good news, we're done.
Yeah, so we're working towards that as well. We've had some results meeting and we're working with the software system to see if we can at least maybe input, because we're going to have to put the number somewhere into an Excel or something. But then we have to have a verification, a second check, and then check the papers. Then it's going to have to come to us at the results center. We're going to have to confirm the workers' entries. And then we're going to have to put it into the system as unofficial through IT and then publish. So even if let's say we finished on day 3 at 6 p.m., we still have a lot of work after that to verify everything before we can actually put results out there. So we're working on
what's
that.
out there, you're going to just tell everybody though. It's not going to be like, hey, I didn't
Probably
know.
on the website too.
Yeah, oh yeah, we'll have lots of communications out there about when we're going to have results and how it's all going to roll out.
And we keep going in case some of these questions are answered in the,
So we will just get through the rest of this presentation. And so part of this was already touched on. So in terms of how to vote, we already talked about, we have to do a permanent electors register. So this is just a new process and everybody will be required to be on the register before they get a ballot. So if you are a St. Albert resident, you can check if you're on the register by going to the voter link. That's on our
already, it's up already.
Yep, it's already up. If you can do that, that'll speed up the voting process for you a little bit at the voting station. If you don't do that, if you're not able to do that, you'll be added to the register before you get your ballot. I just talked about how to do the registration. Next slide. In terms of ID requirements, if you're on the register, you have to make sure you have an ID, government issued ID that has your name and your photo. If you're not on the register, in order to be added to the register, you also have to prove that you live in the municipality, so you have to have ID with an address on it. Next slide. Oh, Councillor Bermansky, did you want to ask your question?
Sure, I just had a question about the special ballots. What's the uptake on that traditionally, or do we even know?
It's not usually very high. We are preparing to be expecting a few more this year because the eligibility criteria has been expanded by Bill 20. So it used to be that there was kind of specific criteria about who would qualify for a special ballot. Now it's been expanded. So we suspect there may be a bit more, but I think overall it's not very much uptake usually anyway, but we do make it a possibility. Sorry, what's that, Grace?
50 in 2021.
50 special ballots in 2021.
Okay, how was it expanded? For what reason?
So that was Bill 20, but the province just, it used to be that you had to prove that you were not unable to attend to a voting station. Like there was kind of criteria before. Now it's just if you say you want a special ballot, essentially, you can get one.
Oh, really? Okay. And then did Saskatchewan not use the manual counting in their municipal? I thought that it's tried, tested, and true there.
I'm not aware. I'm sorry, I'm not aware what Saskatchewan is doing.
Okay, I thought it was quite easy for them, so I hope it's not as bad as it's coming across, but yeah. Okay, that's it, thanks. Oh, one other question, sorry, there's people saying, are we using pencils or pens? Like, you're still staying with pencils, right?
We don't traditionally use pencils. We used to use Sharpies in the past, and I think we'll have pens or pencils. If
Okay.
a person wants to use a pencil or a pen or a Sharpie.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
So,
And I just think it's to Shai's question about Saskatchewan, you guys have researched across Canada, right? And somebody went to
UK.
UK, like they're looking at every voting count system there is out there that makes it as fast and as easy as possible.
Yes.
And as accurate.
So I'm just, because it does depend, Councillor Bermansky, on whether the race is like for one person or for multiple candidates, and that is what changes the voting or the counting methodology. And so I'm just not aware of what Saskatchewan race is in terms of how many candidates there are, but that would impact the counting methodology and how long it would take. So if once you've shown your ID, you're on the voter register, you're added to the register, you show your ID, you get your next slide on Grace, you will get your ballot. So in terms of the ballots, we've been going through and figuring out the best kind of ballot design, but essentially for each race, and so Mr. Fletcher already alluded to this, there's a race for mayor, so there's a ballot just for the mayor election. There's a race for councillors, so there's a ballot for councillors. There's a race for public school board trustee and a race for Catholic school board trustee. So folks will have to indicate which of they'll get one or the other for the trustees. And then if there's any questions added, like plebiscite question added by council or any kind of provincial questions, those would each be a separate ballot as well. They're going to be color coordinate, like different colors. So whatever they are, they won't get mixed up, and then each ballot will go into its own box. So you'll get your ballots, you'll go behind the privacy screen, you will mark your X on each one, you'll fold them back up. And then the ballot box officer will show you where the ballot boxes are, and you will put your ballot in to the appropriate box, correct? And that's how the vote will work this year. Instead of putting it into a tabulator, you'll put it into the boxes or something. Next slide. So we did also talk about this, the manual ballot count and how we're an at-large municipality. That means we don't have wards, which means essentially that our count is going to take longer. So we should not be comparing ourselves to Edmonton. Their results will probably be out before ours, but we will be very similar to Red Deer and Airdrie in terms of how our counting, how long it will take, and the methodologies and everything we're doing there. We've already talked about this, so no more electronic tabulators, everything will be done manually, and these are the different kind of races. In terms of the mock ballot counts, we've already done one and we've narrowed down which methodology we're likely to use for the multiple candidate races and for the single candidate races. They're going to be different from each other. We're having another mock count on Thursday, and we're going to be really trying to figure out how long it takes and how accurate it is. We think it's about 100% accurate, to be quite frank, which is great. And so now we're going to try to figure out how long it's going to take us to count using that methodology. And we do know it will take longer to count the ballots this time around. So we are letting everybody know that the official results will be out as soon as the count is done, no later than the Friday at noon. And that is it. That's the update on the status of the election. So all we're asking for is a motion from Standing Committee of the Whole to recommend the council repeal the vote of electors policy. And if there's any more questions related to the policy or the municipal election planning, we are here to answer those for you.
I just have a question there.
Okay, question from Mike and then I'll come to you for motion. Or, go ahead.
Yeah, so where would scrutineers go? So, because they're being counted at 5 different places, so where would scrutineers go?
They can go wherever they want to go and they can move from location to location. So there will be somebody at the doors and there'll be forms that they have to complete and they'll enter, they can go, they can stay there and then they can leave and go to another one. Bounce around.
Okay, or they could go to all 5?
Yep.
I don't want to put it in my hands.
Not that I'm worried, I just wondered.
I'll put for the motion.
Well, it's a good question because in years past, they would just come to the counting center and stay until it was done and it was about an hour.
One place, yeah.
Yeah, so this time
So I'm on the Alberta or votelink.ab.ca. I wasn't registered because I moved, so I'm figuring it out now. They ask you for email address because they want to send you your where to vote card digitally. I don't need a where to vote card, right? But so
that is your provincial
okay,
registration. So voter link is provincial.
Okay.
And that's where you can update your information to be added to ours because we're getting our list.
pulling from there.
Yeah,
Okay.
get a few different pulls throughout the next couple of months. We get our last update from them. We'll have, the last one will be August 15th. And then that will go into our register. So that's the deadline for people to be able to.
August 15th. I think that needs to be really.
Yeah, it's definitely out
The
there.
biggest-
It's on the posters, on the buses.
Okay, good. Yeah, because unfortunately not everyone reads Gazette or follows us on social media. Okay, perfect. Okay, any more questions? Go ahead, Wes.
Okay. I move that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommends policy C-CC-14 votes of electors be repealed.
All right, accept that motion. Any
Recommendation of legal to simplify the process, make sure there's no downstream problems of keeping everything current. Go with one piece of legislation.
Anyone else on this? Thanks for the update. Call for the vote. That's unanimous. Okay. Councillor Killick, thanks. First time we've done a council motion at committee, but that's okay. I'll get you to read it and then we can ask questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to read in administration's recommendation, which is alternative 1 rather than my initial request. And that is that Standing Committee of the Whole direct administration to develop a comprehensive action-oriented plan to enhance downtown vibrancy, which focuses on defined tangible actions along with budgetary requirements, which can be implemented in a 1 to 5 year period and would include the opportunity for an entertainment district bylaw to be presented for council's consideration by Q2 2026.
You were going for Q3 or 25.
I know.
Like now, but you're okay.
Yep.
Okay. Before I accept that, any questions on that?
I have a couple questions. Go ahead. So the entertainment district bylaw, how do we, like, first, I talked to anybody about this. The first thing is what's an entertainment district? How are we defining that differently than any other, than what the downtown is now, for example?
Yeah, so in a nutshell, essentially what the bylaw allows and what the entertainment district allows is there's some special provisions, but most notably in a contained sort of bound area downtown, leveraging the licenses, the alcohol licenses of vendors already in the core. There's an ability to have open carry and serve. Now that would have to be bound by, the bylaws are fairly specific. It has to be bound by sort of physical location barriers, things of that nature. But essentially that's sort of the fundamental piece of it. Now, I think what's happened, Edmonton has started to leverage this in a number of instances. They did it on Rice Howard Way last year. They're doing it this year on 104th Street from that Jasper Avenue to 102nd Avenue piece where most of the restaurants and things are. The idea is not to create one giant downtown zone where you can walk from one end to the other with alcohol and without any kind of provision for security or things of that nature. The idea is in specific parts of downtown, the bylaw would allow us to cordon off a zone. And so San Remo, for example, if there was a night market on Perrin Street and it was closed, the San Remo liquor license, patrons could enjoy food, beverage, and walk around the market with their glass of wine or their beer.
And San Remo will be open or closed at this time?
San Remo would be open.
Open.
Yeah.
Would go into the restaurant and then get alcohol, and then they could walk around the street with the alcohol.
In the specific zone. Yeah.
That's all that the entertainment district provides.
There are a number of provisions, but that's sort of fundamentally the difference. The idea is to, in support of trying to assist a vibrancy play, especially where there's farmers markets, night markets, other kind of special events like that. The idea to create a zone where people can move from vendor to vendor or location to location without having to leave a beverage behind.
They were having a special event. Let's say we don't have an outdoor market, but let's say there was an outdoor market.
Art walk.
Okay, art walk. Okay, so one day a year, there's a thing. Couldn't they just ask for a permit for that area for that one night?
So it's the open carry piece is where we get kind of hung up. So the answer is no, because you wouldn't be able to leave the premises of the licensed location. So one of the things, I don't want to get ahead of the Downtown Business Association, but as an example, they have been in talks with the Chamber of Commerce about potentially trying to develop a night market. So in addition to the farmers market on a Saturday, you would have a Wednesday evening, let's say from 6 to 10 p.m. with additional vendors. And so something like that in a defined area. And it should be made clear to the organizer has to apply for this zoning area, this district. So the bylaw allows us to do it, but there's an application process that the proponent or the organizer has to go through to have their entertainment district approved. But something like that there's been benefit with the entertainment district bylaw in Edmonton for those kinds of activities. And typically there's programming and things that are typically associated as well. So it's not just grab a drink wherever and stumble around the street. The idea is in an event like that, you got vendors selling products, you got entertainment of some kind. It's an experiential thing for the downtown area.
So it would not be constant. You'd have the opportunity to apply for it, but it would not be just a general statement that every day people could just simply walk up and down.
Correct. There's a delineated time period that you apply for. So it could be every Wednesday night for several weeks over the summer from 6 to 10 p.m. So it's still a delineated time frame and a delineated geographical area. It is not a free for all.
Okay, that's very important for distinctions because I don't see those distinctions, and that's okay. So basically what it does is it provides the opportunity that if there was an event that was to go outside, that someone could apply for the ability for alcohol to be carried outside of premises during that event only. That's what I'm hearing.
Essentially, yes. So we haven't actually developed a bylaw yet.
Okay. The other question I had is it says that to do it'll cost 40 to 50,000. So, okay, we're just going to do it throughout the operating budget, you're saying. Okay. I don't know why we need 65,000 for my thing and we can do this within the operating budget, but okay. Okay. And this will all be done in-house then, or what is the 40 to 50,000 being used for?
Some of it might be contracted out just to help with some of our capacity. This is considered a new project if we go ahead and develop this bylaw.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Cool. Any other questions? Shelley?
Yes, sorry, I just wanted, because it's not just the bylaw, right? The motion that was put forward is for the
want to
whole.
clarify, because, and I might just actually, if you're okay with it, Madam Chair, just put up a slide, because I think that the way the initial proposed motion that was put forward, sort of saw that, we thought that was relatively not cumbersome to complete, and that's why we provided two alternatives. And I might just sort of walk through those quickly. I'll just throw this up on the screen.
Could I just ask my question first, please?
So while they're throwing that on the screen, go ahead, Shelley.
Yeah, thank you. Who would determine which area this district would be in, being in, you have Electric Avenue, Calgary, wherever, it's mostly bars all together, but I mean, St. Albert's pretty well spread out with types of businesses. So will that be the Downtown Business Association deciding that area, the chamber? Or how do you get around the businesses that are not that type of business?
So essentially, you would have a proponent that would bring forward an application. The bylaw enables us to use the entertainment district regulation from AGLC to allow this if we so choose. So the proponent, and it could be the DBA, it could be an event organizer, it could be the chamber, would bring forward an application through that bylaw, and they would have to delineate their geographical area there. I think the expectation, and I don't want to get ahead of, because we haven't done any engagement or any work on this yet, the bylaw doesn't exist. But I would imagine that there would be some provision for consultation of some kind. I think the other thing is, while there are a number of service businesses, professional service businesses in the downtown area, most of the conversation I've been privy to thus far around an entertainment district has been focused on the evening or weekends. And so fundamentally, an entertainment district wouldn't necessarily impede with those businesses 9 to 5 hours. But those are things that have to be accounted for in any application to create an entertainment zone or a district in downtown.
Okay, and then there'd be a clause for damage to their businesses or whatever when they're not there, kind of thing.
I mean, in that circumstance, I'm not an expert in this area, but it would be the same as if there was damage to their business tonight at midnight when they're closed.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to accept your motion. Councillor Philip, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I had originally put forward the very focused kind of entertainment district, hoping that it would be ready quicker and available for Q3 2025. However, realizing that the entertainment district is much more and better served by a broader look at things for downtown vibrancy. Downtown district or entertainment district is just simplistically one piece of a bigger strategy. And so administration's recommendation to look at this on a more holistic view. And some of the questions that were asked identify some of the timing challenges. Just having an entertainment district without programming to make someone want to actually apply and fill out an application to say, yes, I'd like to be able to walk around with Art Walk or farm evening market or maybe music venues at ends of streets, et cetera. Programming is what brings it alive. Having a district is just lines on a map and a tool. So it has to be looked at far more holistically. And obviously that, the third piece, as we said, we have to have proponents that actually want to do this. So all of those things said to me that, and while I would originally have liked to have seen it just done really quick. I realized that this is actually a much bigger picture, and I look at how successful our little event of our business engagement in front of Jack's and Wild Roots and et cetera. That was a little mini example. There was an event. All the vendors had to get on board. It was sponsored by one person. Everybody was, outside having a good time, having the drink, having something to eat. There's food involved, lots of other aspects. If you look at it, just creating entertainment district by itself is not going to bring this to life as the bigger council initiative of downtown vibrancy. So administration's recommendation includes the entertainment district to be brought forward by Q2 of next year, which would be ready for the summer period. And I think when I stood back from my initial request and looked at administration's recommendation, I'm more aligned of having a holistic plan that addresses all of the questions that council has asked today and probably many more that we don't even know about. But I do know that the model is successful on Rice Howard Way. It works well. It works without damage or craziness, or everybody gets on board and is very successful. And I'm sure that when we bring this back to council in next term, that we'll have a holistic view that really layers in a whole bunch of different things around what an entertainment district can actually be.
Awesome. Anyone else on debate? Seeing none, I will call for the vote.
That's
Unanimous.
positive.
Information request notice motion. Wes, you have a couple?
I do, just let me bring them up and I'll read them out. No, I just don't.
I can't pick out the poison.
Don't. All right, yeah.
You're just colorblind.
The first one, that administration prepare for council's consideration of bylaw to create a council accessibility advisory committee with requisite terms of reference and budget estimate to establish an accessibility committee founded on principle broadly based on similar such committee required by municipalities by legislation in the province of Ontario. A little wordy, but is that clear enough for you?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
The other one?
And then the other one. To improve equitable access to municipal services in St. Albert, that administration prepare a financial analysis and implementation plan for a 2-year pilot project utilizing a third-party contracted service with the business case presented to council by Q3 2025.
I'll just read out Natalie's. Okay. So Natalie sent in an information request. It was, is there sufficient existing servicing capacity to support a new school at the Oakmont school site? If yes, how much additional capacity would be available if the site was taken away as a potential site? So she doesn't have to worry about it next time. And with that, we're adjourned.
Okay, back an hour.
An hour?